Okay, are we good? We're live? Okay, here we go, folks. It's Tuesday, September 10th, and this is a joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board. And the first up on our agenda is the Aspen Valley Land Trust Conservation Plan. And who do we have here today?
Greg, can I just precede that with
sir.
General
Howie?
comment to both boards, and particularly BOCC. Just as a reminder for the commissioners that as part of our open space and board package, we get a monthly update, which talks about the various projects we're working on. Planning and outreach, Flow Meadows, Ranger update, Mather House work, workshop, volunteer fence pull efforts, Prince Creek bullpen trailhead. So that helps you kind of keep current on what projects that Gary and his staff are working on in terms of maintaining our assets and responding to
Great, thank you for
operational needs. So please take a look at
and
that.
we're going to get that monthly?
Well, it comes out with generally every month.
Right.
Right, it's in your package.
Right, so it's available to the public as well?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Okay.
Okay, well, thanks, Greg. And I'm Dale Will with Pitkin County Open Space. And I just want to introduce...
Is your mic on?
On?
Red light.
Want to introduce this, and then I'm joined with Suzanne Stevens, the Executive Director of Aspen Valley Land Trust. I'm going to turn this over to her in a moment. But I just want to say a few things to introduce the topic to everyone. Aspen Valley Land Trust has embarked on doing a regional conservation plan, and Pitkin County will have an opportunity to participate in a couple of different ways, and I want to make sure that doesn't seem confusing to you. Through our Community Development Office, we'll be formulating comments as to the substantive contents of this plan, and that's one way that the county's going to participate. But secondly, the mission of AVLT and the mission of Open Space and Trails are pretty similar, and we both organizations are about trying to protect open space, habitat, agricultural lands, and some public recreation opportunities. And we've had a long and storied partnership with Aspen Valley Land Trust. We co-hold a lot of property, either co-holding conservation easements or they hold conservation easements on some of the property that we own outright. And we try to support each other's work. Suzanne presented this conservation plan concept to the Open Space Board first in May and then secondly in July, and the Open Space Board is recommending that we contribute some funding to this. I personally think it's very exciting that they're doing this and that we will be hopefully contributing. As you all know, the Open Space Program is also supporting the work of Tom Cardamone and the Roaring Fork Watershed Biodiversity Initiative, and some of the same information that's feeding Tom's study about how the biodiversity in the Roaring Fork Watershed is doing is feeding into this plan, and as you'll see in a minute. So from an open space acquisition perspective, it's very exciting to me to see someone finally taking a look at this watershed as a whole, to look at what are the most important lands for conservation from the point of view of habitat and agriculture, the other attributes and community input that we're trying to protect. So it's really with a lot of pleasure and excitement that I present Suzanne Stevens with her work on this conservation plan.
Thanks, Dale. That's a great introduction. It's good to be here and see you all again. And thank you to the Open Space Board for being patient while I present this yet again, because you've heard this a couple of times. But I think it's new for you commissioners, and some of you actually came and participated in a lot of the community engagement that we did earlier this year, so it won't be brand new. But really, I think a lot of you know AVLT is 52 years old now and has never really done a regional conservation plan where we've identified priorities of what we wanted to go focus on conserving, as well as really looking at the natural resource inventory of what's out there and what would be most critical to try to stitch together in terms of corridors, as well as small critical areas that can tie together important habitat. So we undertook this effort actually starting a couple of years ago. Dave began it as a mapping exercise, our stewardship director, and from there it's grown into much more. Let's see here. Why aren't we advancing?
You need help? John's here.
There we go. Just had to get the red arrow. So what we've done is it began with map analysis using existing data. As Dale referenced, it's a database, so it can be updated as new information comes available. So we began by, well, I'll start with the purpose of why we got into this, is basically we want to accelerate the pace and quality of conservation in the region, really capitalize on what's already being conserved and those corridors that still need to be conserved. This is partly a way to get the most bang for the buck in terms of our limited resources, as well as looking to the future, knowing that climate change is going to be an issue and that both animals and plants are perhaps going to be moving around and not necessarily following all the same patterns they have today. But we need to save space for that and make room for that. So part of this is identifying those priorities and community needs, as well as expanding partnerships and support for conservation. So by getting out here and talking to people, we're really hoping to build some awareness and some support. And then at the end of the day, we think this will be a way to help pursue key opportunities and maybe help develop opportunities that may not exist today. But if we're aware of them and ready to go, then you never know. So the first step was data collection. As I mentioned, we used existing GIS data to get to know the region. We also went out and talked to the community. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We're simultaneously doing some strategic planning with our board, which will help us set direction and establish goals. And then when it's all said and done, we'll look at an implementation plan of how to come up with action and outcomes. So the analysis started looking at all the information that's out there in terms of habitat quality, biodiversity, agricultural lands, water rights, existing protected areas, riparian areas. In particular, we're looking at the old Colorado Natural Heritage Program data that was last inventoried in this area back in 1997, and that is the study that's being updated right now with the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative. So that is great that that's happening. We're a part of that effort. Dave has been on their science team since the beginning, and so that is going to feed into this, and all of this is this last note here, notes, is going to be updatable. So while our priorities and our structure as to what we're doing will be established and kind of set, the data and the details that feeds in can be updated over time. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Okay. And finally, the last set of this is to actually go around and speak with all the counties and municipalities involved in our region. And of course, we actually go from Independence Pass to DeBeck. But as far as Pitkin County is concerned, you know, the area, the Roaring Fork Valley will be your focus. And that's begun to happen. Those meetings are happening. We have our first meeting scheduled with Pitkin County's Community Development Department in a couple of weeks. We're meeting with Eagle County shortly thereafter, and Garfield County as well. Gunnison County is also within our region, so we'll be speaking with them. But this is an example map of what's come out of just the initial GIS analysis. This is it's a sample. It's deer and elk winter range. And the red zones are considered the most important areas for deer and elk winter range. The green is also important, but doesn't have as many layers of importance. So what's interesting is this is the Roaring Fork Valley you're looking at. Aspen, of course, is at the headwaters, kind of in the lower right-hand corner. The Carbondale, the Glenwood area is really dominated. That's where most of the important winter range lies, just given that it's lower elevation. It tends to be where deer and elk want to hang out. And this also really closely tailors where the private lands in the valley exist. And so it's kind of a case for conservation and why we want to be looking carefully at this. This is important. This is how they survive. This is how they reproduce. And it does happen to be where people live and own land. This is agricultural lands overlay. Really, any agricultural land is important here. If it's got water at all, it's yellow or green, and if it has prime soils, it's considered red. But basically, anything in the state of Colorado that's irrigated is considered a soil of statewide importance. So again, this is all on private lands. Most of it is down valley. Quite a bit, of course, in the Capitol Creek Valley, Child Ranch, McBride Ranch, that area. And all of these layers can be superimposed over one another, and you get heat maps that basically give you areas of importance. So when we are saying we want to look at land that's important for wildlife habitat, we can look at those maps. When we're trying to look at agricultural lands outside of that context, we have this different set of maps. And ultimately, after we've spoken to all the municipalities and counties, we'll also have data as to what each county and town wants to see conserved or not conserved, because we recognize that this is really a planning exercise. People need a place to be, towns need to be able to grow, but there's places that are appropriate for that and places that aren't. So really part of this is just getting in the room with all these folks and sitting down and having the conversation about, you know, what do you see? We know a lot of you have master plans, a lot of you thought through this, and we're just trying to all get on the same page. The next thing we went into was community engagement, and that was a great process. We spent about a month, 2 weeks, fairly intensive, of listening sessions throughout the valley from Newcastle to Aspen. We had some public forums. We did about 10 focus groups with different demographics of people. We had a host of interviews and did a community-wide online as well as paper-based survey of not only our general community but our landowners as well, to hear what types of things they were struggling with or thinking about. And we've also, knowing that certain groups don't tend to show up at those meetings or come to these surveys, we're doing direct outreach with other underrepresented groups. Really trying to get a sense of what the entire community's needs are. So this is just a slide showing, this was one of our promo posters that we had around of, you know, the different values that open space helps protect, why we're doing this, and what we want to hear from folks. So we got an amazing response. I think the survey alone, we had about over 400 people respond to, another 100 or so involved in the public meetings, and got some really good insight. So the next step for us is to take all of that data, help marry that to the maps, come up with our priorities of what we're doing and why, and incorporate all the data that we get from folks like you. So it's important for us to be meeting with resource managers, agencies, to ground truth all of this and really get a sense of your priorities as well. So we are meeting with Parks and Wildlife, all the counties within our region, cities and towns, and of course, spending specific time with other groups. Then we're also about to wrap up our strategic planning process. So this is kind of all coming to the point where we're ready to go in and start working with some experts and land planners to help us take this plan and congeal it into something that will represent at the end of the day an internal database that will not be used to publicly identify or target anybody. And then there'll be an external document that just explains the process we went through and our priorities and where we're going to be directing our work. So that is the quick and dirty version of all of this. This is just kind of a cool map that shows the way these partnerships work. And so in the little town of Emma here, We've got 5 different agencies who've all come together to create this literal patchwork quilt of open space, but you can see how it comes down off one ridge, across the road, and up the other side. And I think it's important as conservationists and land planners that we be looking at things in context like this that shows what's out there, for what purpose, and where we want to go with it, and where the opportunities are to connect more of these kind of important corridors. So with that, do you want to talk about what you guys have already approved?
Well, yeah, so the Open Space Board in July voted to recommend to the commissioners a supplemental budget appropriation of $25,000 to support this project. In your packet, I think there's a budget sheet showing a breakout of what that money goes to. And tomorrow on the commissioner's regular agenda, you've got our budget supplemental requests that you can consider and make your formal decision. But today is certainly a chance to ask any questions, to understand the project, and comment on the substance of it if you'd like, and or the budget and our proposed contribution.
Steve, and then Kelly.
On the budget supplemental request, shows original budget of $8,000 and an increase of $25,000 for a total adjusted budget of $33,000. And I'm curious about the $8,000. Maybe that was put into the initial planning process, or what, I'm not sure. I'm just curious what the 8,000 is for. I mean, I'm okay, this is a great project.
Sure.
I think I'd be okay with 33,000 or 25,000, but I want to have the discrepancy explained.
Sure. I'm Gary Tenenbaum, Director of Open Space and Trails, and basically that's our line item every year for kind of contributions to organizations. The AVLT Land Dance is in there, and so we have $8,000 for Land Dance and a couple other things that we do every year. So that's a standing line item. So we're just amending and supplementing that line item.
But that 8 wasn't specific for this project.
Right.
Okay,
No,
so the
it's just-
25,000 would be specifically for this project?
Correct.
Okay.
And Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I have 2 questions. Hi, nice to see you, and thanks for presenting this great work. I'm curious, how will the public be able to access this data if you had a student who wanted to use it for research or something like that?
Well, a student who wants to use it for research, I think we'd be happy to share that. The key thing in conservation planning is that it can be very sensitive to have lines on a map that show parcel boundaries, and landowners get worried that somehow they're in a target. So we don't plan to make the internal database public in any way. I think for specific requests, we'd be happy to share it with you guys as partners or other land managers or counties, that type of thing. It wouldn't be generally publicly available. But knowing that we've done this work, I mean, we would always be happy to sit down and walk someone through it and give them the broad strokes, or if it was a student doing research, to share, the full. We actually had students work on this project for us from CSU, so it's already had a lot of good student input, and I think that would be a great way to sit down and help somebody engage with it.
Okay. And then, sorry, I had a second
Go ahead.
question, if that's okay. And then I'm curious, in your conversations, are you hearing interest about using these overlays to inform master planning or zoning type conversations?
Interestingly, we've had some interest from Garfield County as to, they've asked us what would like to see conserved. We haven't had a formal meeting with them on this in about a year, so we are going to go back in and sit down with them in a couple of weeks. But no, I mean, this is strictly for our purposes and identifying our conservation priorities. We don't expect anybody else to take this, and it's not an edict from above that this is what you have to do. But it's going to be giving us some marching orders as far as how we would like to spend our conservation dollars. And if it's useful to somebody else, that's great. But we would just want them to understand the layers that went into it, the data that went into it, so that they're not I don't know, getting any artifacts out of that data that maybe don't apply to their situation. They just need to be fully educated about it.
Yeah.
But.
Okay, I guess I just asked because I've seen this process that I worked on in New Jersey from kind of a different take. It was like a very regulated regional planning approach that kind of resulted in the same result. So this is happening in, I think, the opposite direction. So I'm just curious if it's informing that.
Yeah, there has not been any mention of a regional plan that's been to be adopted by any government agencies, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Patty?
Funding, I'm supportive of funding this, but I'd like to see some funding coming from Eagle and Garfield County since we're spanning the region. So hopefully you can encourage them with showing our support, because I think we're all in this together. We should all be funding it together.
Agreed.
The other question I had was, so first it was mentioned going to Newcastle, then there's mention of Rifle, and then you said DeBack. So are we doing that whole, because that's even more of Garfield County, who we would like to have some partnership financially in here.
Right. What we've asked you for is just to sponsor the Roaring Fork Valley version of this plan, knowing that the other half of our region is in the other part of the valley, and we are separately meeting and discussing with them. But your willingness to come forward and support this plan is actually really useful to us in going to other counties. So we do plan to, we have a tentative ask in with Eagle County at this point and plan to take that on. So
And we're looking at, the whole plan would be looking all the way to DeBack,
that's right.
which would be great because the other thing is we have in the past tried to support and encourage a open space and trails fund of sorts with Garfield County, and it didn't get very far. Was it just one time they've actually put on about twice it's been on a ballot?
3 times.
So maybe the fourth time would be the charm, and this would be beneficial in supporting that in the future. So I think it'd be really worth our time and energy to take it down the I-70 corridor.
Correct. Dale, and then Howie, if you're on that topic.
Well,
then
let me
Howie.
just, I wanted to add a little bit to what Patty was talking about and note that Pitkin County Open Space has an acquisition policy that says that we will invest outside of our county boundaries when doing so directly enhances the health and welfare of Pitkin County residents. And so we've had great partnerships with Eagle County and Emma. We actually partnered with Garfield County on the first 5 miles of the Crystal Trail. One of the great things I see in this plan is that as we are trying to conserve this land for the valley as a whole, and it's benefiting the citizens of multiple counties, I would hope it will make it easier for us to continue finding those partnership dollars to have these lands also highlighted in this plan. So,
Because we've done other issues out into Garfield, haven't we? At some.
well,
other than
Jerome
just the
Park is
trail?
partly
Jerome
in
Park was
Garfield
one.
County. So a little bit of seed money hopefully goes a long way, where the real payoff on the back end is seeing some of this land finally get conserved.
Howie's up next.
Well, I want to stay on this because I'm just excited that we're doing this after 52 years. I think now you're now trying to pull lands together that you've been conserving, and you're recognizing the impacts of development and the valley's filling up, and it's a multi-jurisdictional valley. But what's bothered me is a point that I think Patty's raising. When you look at our budget, $107,000, we're the only people funding. Pitkin County is the only governmental entity funding a regional program at this point. And I'm just, it's more of an awareness statement. I really don't want this to be perceived as a Pitkin County planning process for the region.
Yes.
And, I mean, I'm almost thinking, well, why should I give them any more money until Eagle County's open space matches our dollars now with our money, not get around to it next year or something like that. And so it's really a question back to you. How can you assure that we're going to get buy-in from the non-Pitkin County governmental agencies and entities on this process. Because the worst thing is this to be perceived as from the upper valley down, top-down type of planning process of which you are the front man for Picken County or something like that.
Right.
And I'm really trying to look for a strategy, not to be critical of it.
Right.
And I applaud what you're saying, but what do you have as your strategy to deal with that?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, we still have to find out what they'll do, so we can't say what they'll do until they've considered it and voted on it. I think a dollar for dollar match is unlikely. Proportionally, Picken County represents a lot more of the Roaring Fork Valley than Eagle or Gunnison. And Garfield County has not traditionally been supportive of conservation easements, period. So they're getting, but I think it's an incredibly important conversation to have with them so that they recognize that what we're doing is actually asking for feedback and wanting to know where our work is going to be most effective and appreciated and not at odds with what they're trying to do. So all of these conversations are really critical. I think given that you guys actually have an open space department and you are a partner of AVLT in many ways on many properties, I think it makes sense for you to kind of come out as lead sponsors, and that will help bring some other folks into the room. But at this point, I can't promise you what they'll do. We can report back, and we can certainly use that as leverage. But it's an excellent question, and I had to be clear as well that even in discussing this concept with Dale, that your sponsors were not co-branding this as like the Picken County plan, because I agree. I think as soon as you get outside of Picken County boundaries, it can be very easy to step on toes, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that AVLT works throughout the region, and our job is really to sit down and talk with all of the stakeholders and try to figure out what's our job here and how do we do it best.
Well, maybe to your point, just because this is a dialogue, I think, we get some feedback from you how it's going. You stay in touch with us. I'm delighted to do the seed money as Dale described it. Someone's got to take the step. And I think it's important for us, for somebody, and if we have the ability to do it, let's try it. Just mindful, hey, we got a great idea for you, for your town. Here it is. But
That never goes over well.
Yeah, that's what we want to avoid.
I know you're sensitive to it. I think it's just we should all be mindful of that this thing may also take a while to get accepted. Hopefully there's going to be an aha moment in various places. Oh, this does make sense.
Yeah, I got him
Well,
and then
one,
you.
can I
And then you.
jump
Yeah.
on? Well, I want to point out that this is a science-driven process, and that the identification of the habitat and the agricultural lands is not a subjective political issue. I've yet to meet a person that will say, I don't care about wildlife or I don't care about food production. Those are universal things. So to the extent that what AVLT is doing is simply bringing the data together so that everybody, no matter what their political persuasion is, can look at it and say, oh, well, this is where these animals need to have open space, and this is where we need to have our farms. It's an apolitical element to this.
I don't think you can be so naive to think that, Dale.
Okay, I've got Graham and then Michael and then Amy.
Thanks for coming in, Suzanne. Our Open Space and Trails program has a recreational component to it, which AVLT may not have the same
Thank you.
sort of focus there. How does recreation fit into your study? And it may be in conflict at some times, but it may be able to work synergistically at other times. So how does recreation work into this whole thing?
Yeah, well, recreation will be a layer where we can actually have trails data. I mean, Strava's actually been really useful for us for sitting down and just looking at what exists out there, whether or not it's a recognized trail or not, and trying to I think in identifying corridors where you're trying to conserve wildlife habitat, you're actually looking for those places where there are not trails currently, or there's not enough trail usage to be of high impact. And then in trail planning, I mean, certainly a lot of the recreational properties that we conserve are owned by the county, or we've partnered on in some way. So I think for us, I mean, that is one of the tenets of our mission is recreational access and trails, but being thoughtful about where new trails should go in. Connecting public trails to private land is great, but we've got to be thoughtful about where that happens, and I think this is part of that background. You know, in some ways, trail development is like any other form of development. It just needs to be treated as, hey, this could be a really great thing and a really appropriate thing, but it will have some impacts to someone. So we just need to, by having done the homework and the background research, it's a little easier to look at it and say, maybe this is not the best place to push in a new trail, but over here you've already got a network of trails. This makes perfect sense. I mean, Red Hill's a classic example of that, where there's so much recreational intensity there already that helping flesh that out and add new trail connections was like a no-brainer. But there's other areas where that's not true. So I think this is our background homework that we can then go in and say, yeah, that makes sense. That's a great spot for a trail or not.
So there's a trails and rec layer in your maps.
Yep.
And how about hunting?
There's no hunting layer. I mean, certainly that's a big recreational interest, and that's a big part of Parks and Wildlife, their driver. So we hear a lot from that demographic, and we hear, areas that, I mean, basically any public land can be a hunting area, and what's good for wildlife is good for hunting. So the way we're looking at that is
Not good for the wildlife.
is emphasizing wildlife habitat and conservation of that, and that will have its ancillary benefits to hunting.
Thank you.
Michael, next.
I take Patty's point with kind of fiscal fairness to heart. It's really a crucially important one, and Howie's with regard to sort of political perception of whether we're sort of bringing enlightenment to the rest of the world. I think those are both really important points. I think other points are also relevant to the conversation, and so I'll tell another old story, which I'm wont to do on this board, and that is 40 years ago when we were getting RAFTA started. The county manager and I went to Garfield County Commissioners and asked them whether they wanted to contribute to RAFTA, and they said not only no, but hell no. And we continued to do RAFTA well outside of the boundaries of the county, which has been a remarkably successful program.
Good point.
And it was in the interest of the taxpayers of Aspen and Pitkin County to drive RAFTA well beyond their jurisdictional boundaries, which after all are really arbitrary and historic accidents, because we needed worker bees, which is, by the way, one of the reasons that the Garfield County's commissioners said hell no. They had a point. So I think similarly, regardless of whether Eagle or Garfield contribute, and I certainly hope they do, and the question should absolutely be asked, but regardless of whether they contribute, there is probably substantial evidence that this work and our work beyond the boundaries of our jurisdiction is critically important to the taxpayers of this jurisdiction, just as the bus system all the way to Quebec or wherever it goes now is critical to the taxpayers of this county. So I guess I'd ask, first that's a suggestion as to another perspective, an additional, I think, complementary perspective on this project. But I would sort of ask the question specifically, when I look at that map of all those habitat, the greens and the reds and stuff, are there winter habitat areas outside of the boundaries of this county that are critical to the health of wildlife that does at some point in their cycle come into this county? And therefore, and if the answer to that is yes, isn't it in our interest to do what it takes to preserve those critical habitat areas outside of our boundaries. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that, that Roaring Fork Valley map, if I can make this thing behave, was actually, that was a watershed-wide map, and as you'll see, most of the critical habitat was, there,
The red
is
stuff
actually in
out of
Garfield
bounds.
County. Yeah, so that is your breeding grounds, that is your wintering grounds, and then, of course, they migrate to the high country in the summer, which is most of Picken County. So, yeah, wildlife don't recognize county boundaries, so I appreciate that comment.
So
That's
if Eagle
definitely
and Garco subdivide and or pave little or a lot of that red stuff, we get no critters up in our territory.
So you're suggesting that Garfield County has a lot of residents who are second homeowners in the summer in our county with the elk and the deer.
That's right.
We should take
I
that
wasn't
up.
following you, but now I
Well
follow you.
said.
Yeah.
Amy's up next.
Yeah, I guess I probably echo a lot of the other comments, and I've said this many times that I really. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks. I really value this kind of planning. I'm a landscape architect, and this kind of planning work really, makes me excited, and I really appreciate that kind of 30,000-foot view, because I think it's a view that we don't always take advantage of, and I think it's a great resource for us to be able to look at. And sometimes we're looking at different parcels and pieces of land, and we look at direct adjacencies and how those direct adjacencies might affect what we do on this certain parcel of land. But there's these larger adjacencies that are much broader and a little harder sometimes to take into context, that I think this planning and mapping will really help us see and evaluate and just use as a tool, for a lot of the work that we do. In terms of the funding for it, I'm certainly all for it, and our portion is less than a quarter of the overall dollars. And I don't know, if we go into exact proportions of how much is Pitkin County versus all the other counties. But I think that's a great just piece, that we're not funding the whole thing. We're not even funding, 25% of it. So I think that goes a long way to some of these other counties to say, hey, look, Pitkin County is putting their best foot forward and funding, 17.9% or whatever that is, but that we're not doing the whole thing, that this isn't, like you said, coming from the county, that we are just a participant, but we're not a driver of the bus on this one. We're just, wanting to help facilitate. And certainly, if we can put our best foot forward and say, hey, we think this is valuable, whether these other counties and municipalities come to the table in this round, maybe they don't, but maybe they can utilize this information in the future and then come to the table later on down the road, like you mentioned with RAFTA. Sometimes it takes that kind of momentum to get other people to open their eyes and say, oh gosh, this really is important. And I think that's just, it's a great kind of tool, and hopefully they can come to the table. But even if they don't, I think there's some energy there that they, can utilize this in the future and come to the table later if they don't now.
Yeah, I think this is a really important tool for us. I mean, particularly speaking about Garfield County, it's important for them to, if we're ever going to end up on the same page and in the same room, it's really important for them to see that we're being thoughtful about this. The conservation world in general tends to be very reactionary and opportunistic, and when the phone rings or the right person comes through the door, you go, oh, okay, yeah, we'll do that. And that's still going to be the case in a lot of ways, but it's really important that you've got the background knowledge of where you're trying to go, so that you know which of those opportunities to take and which to let go. And maybe, that's not the one. And like Dale has said many times, all the easy deals are done. And so they're all complicated now. They all cost money. A lot of them involve grants. And if you're going to be going for grants and asking people for support, you've got to have done your homework. So I do think that's really important, and I do think it's important toward our long-range relationships with these counties that, hey, we're not telling you what to do with your county at all, but this is what we'd like to be doing within your county, and we've spoken to you all about it. So, as far as that 60,000-foot view, I think it's really important for conservation groups to have that in mind as we're going into what is often opportunistic situations. So.
George had a question.
Well, no, I just have some comments. And echoing a lot that's been said here, I mean, everything that organizations are doing throughout the valley, whether it be transportation, housing, childcare, energy, it all becomes a regional issue. And the municipalities and the counties participate, and they understand that we're one large region that share similar issues and concerns and challenges. And so I'm not really too concerned about who's paying for what, and Pickett County is not driving this. This is a project from a nonprofit, from AVLT, and nonprofits, that's their task, is they're the catalyst for change. And so I'm not concerned about how our support may be viewed positively or negatively. We're just, we see the importance of this as a regional effort. It's certainly going to help us with our planning in Pickett County, and it certainly will help our adjacent counties and municipalities. And I'm sure they will be participating as they have done with transportation, with housing, with childcare, with health and human services. So I think it's great that AVLT is taking the lead on this, and I fully support this.
Thank you. Just one quick note on the budget. This is a very conservative budget, and it does not involve a single AVLT staff hour. So know that we were just trying to bring you hard costs, which we particularly will have trouble raising otherwise, to go out and hire the experts that we need to help us get to the end goal. So that's just as a little budgetary perspective too. So thank you for that.
If I could add, I wanted to know, it's a living document, right? I'm looking at all the various partners you'd have from the Watershed Biodiversity Study, which is ongoing, and I wanted to ask about the timing and what's the synchronicity between this program and what they're doing. We've got Healthy Rivers and Streams, of course, has activities they're involved in that you certainly know about. RWAPA is with Roaring Fork Conservancy, you're doing the Watershed Roaring Fork Master Plan. I've just forgotten the name of that's going through and looking at all of our rivers and all of our watersheds, and they're building this database. So the question I asked them when I was there was, how does this all work together? Will this be possible to incorporate into a single database that can have this great living document in it? And the next question that leads from that is, you're probably going to come back and need more money at some point, because this is not something you're going to do once and forget about, right? It's not like your typical website, right?
We may need some money to execute on this.
It's a living document, right? So just so we know, going forward, you're going to be raising funds for this annually, I assume, and it'll be worth it.
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, we might be. So, I mean, really, we're hoping to just start implementing and going out and pursuing some of these opportunities as soon as we can and putting this to work. But yes, it is going to integrate. As I told Michael before the meeting, as far as the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative research, they're still 2 years out from having data back on that, and we didn't want to wait 2 years for what we need. So this has just become more and more apparent that we need this. We get asked about it more and more every time we apply for grants. So we figured, well, these databases are nimble. It's not like you have somebody drawing these hand-drawn maps, and once they're done, they're done. So they can be updated, and all the better. I mean, the better the data, the better the output. So for us, that's a bonus. And if there's other organizations looking specifically at the rivers, then that's who we go to say, what of these corridors is most important, and how do we best influence them? So we rely on all that partner data. We're not the ones trying to create the data. We're just trying to pull it together so that we can go out and act on it.
Got it. And the question that came back to me, or not came back to us after we discussed this with the RWAPA board, was that there's actually a lot to that, making all these things work together and keeping them updated, building these databases. So as long as everybody knows what everyone else is doing and works together, it might be an affordable nut that we can chew on. Otherwise, it could be a lot of disparate efforts to create databases, and who knows if the information will be up to date. I'm just thinking that's a huge effort that I don't know if it's what do you call it, an IT, it's an IT issue or
It
something.
is, and that's expertise we don't have in-house. So that's why we really need the support to be able to go out and bring that expertise under our roof to help us get
Right.
there. Is that, yes, bringing all this data together into one cohesive product is a challenge that
Right.
that's not what my
Worthwhile.
degree's in, I'll tell you that. So, yeah.
Howie?
Okay, well, and we're gonna have to move ahead to our next, but supplemental request. But my question to you ties to our supplemental request. You just, it's an overlay question. You just have deer and elk. Bighorn sheep, mountain goats. Why aren't they included in
This
your
is just
overlay?
one map. We have all of that data we also have. This is just a particularly interesting one because those two animals tend to
Okay.
share similar
So
habitat
they'll be
types.
included.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
all out there.
So what kind of decision, what kind of vote do we need to take to give Suzanne her?
Actually,
Comes
none.
tomorrow.
The
None
Open
today.
Space Board already voted while you were overseas, and the commissioners get a chance to vote tomorrow, so.
Okay, all right, good.
Steve?
One other interesting overlay would be energy
Yes.
things.
Yes.
In Garfield County, they probably are gonna wanna have all their gas drilling sites all located on your maps.
They might not want to.
I'm thinking
Yes.
good location of power lines and and top-notch location for solar facilities. Could be good things which
Interesting.
contributes to
Yeah.
the conservation value. And maybe Holy Cross Energy maybe has those kind of maps already thinking, or maybe the governor's energy office. And I think that
Excellent.
would be a valuable thing for planning, looking at the big picture of conservation and
Excellent.
what do we need to, we
Yep.
have ag land, we have wildlife
Mm-hmm.
land, we have places, like the top places for energy production. That
Right.
would be,
Absolutely.
help in the discussion.
That's a great suggestion. We do have a layer that shows where the human impacts already exist, so kind of the land that's out of play as far as conservation. Certainly the oil and gas is a huge region in Garfield County that's affected, although a lot of that land is conserved and and a lot of those wells have gone away and been reclaimed. So as we see, there's a perpetuity that extends beyond particularly the oil and gas energy development. But I think the idea of talking with municipalities about where solar development would be appropriate, I mean, that's very timely given what has been going on in Pickens County recently, given that same question. So thanks for that comment. We'll take that into consideration. Yeah.
Okay, we should move along here. What else have we got here? Are we, is this the conclusion of your presentation?
Well, I don't think Suzanne's gonna be back tomorrow for your regular meeting. I'll be there. So hopefully no new questions come up tomorrow that really Suzanne could answer now, but if so, we'll,
Send me a note if you have
We'll
any,
deal with
and I'm
it.
happy
Right.
to
Well,
answer.
this is
So-
exciting and it's timely, and I think you've got some pretty much consensus that it's important. Gary had something to bring up there in the back. Are you just teeing up
He's got
next?
the next item.
He's got the next item. He is
just has to tee
anxiously
up.
waiting. Well, thank
Well,
you for all
Suzanne,
your
thanks-
time. I
thank
really
you for
appreciate
coming.
it,
It's
and
great
for
to
all
see
your
you.
support. You guys have been wonderful partners, and you made a lot happen. So
Keep it up and keep us in the loop.
Okay.
It's exciting.
Thank you,
will do.
Suzanne.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Okay. Teed up next, Gary
We're
comes in.
sticking to the wildlife conservation theme. And so, let me pop this in because I got the map of the area where the grazing allotment is. So, your other budget supplemental is to, let's see, there.
Excuse me.
The other budget supplemental is a really exciting thing to bring. It has been in the works for a long time now. And so what has happened is the National Wildlife Federation has negotiated a financial agreement with a grazing lessee up in the allotment that you can see on your map. It's up above Marble and goes over towards Crested Butte. And this allotment has been in the Sperry family for a really long time. And what we learned through the Carbondale and Crested Butte trail planning thing, everyone was really concerned about the bighorn sheep. And obviously, Picken County has always been concerned about the bighorn sheep. We purchased Philoa Meadows, we purchased Red Wine Point, and all these areas, have the bighorn on those properties at certain times. Now, red wine used to, as the herd has declined, they don't really go up there anymore. But Philoa Meadows is point critical for winter habitat for the bighorn. So when we ask wildlife experts, like, what is the one thing that you would do to improve the health of this bighorn herd? Because this bighorn herd is a tier 1 herd. It's a highest priority herd. It's got native animals in it. And so it's not one of those herds that has a ton of introduced sheep. So as a high priority herd, what can we do to enhance the health of the herd? And the number one thing we heard was try to find a way to remove the interaction between domestic and bighorn sheep. And so we heard that loud and clear, and some members of our community started working with the National Wildlife Federation. And the National Wildlife Federation then took this over and basically negotiated a financial agreement to retire this allotment. And so it's not officially retired forever, but it's an agreement that this lessee would move the sheep out of this area, and it's always voluntary. I got to say that because this is a voluntary agreement. There is no, way to force lessees to move this. Plus, with the grazing industry, you don't necessarily want that. You want to come up with voluntary agreements, and they always come with a financial price tag to them, and that's why we're here for the budget supplemental. But what the National Wildlife Federation was able to do with Joe Sperry was to basically have him give up the lease in the Marble area. He was able to find another allotment, and it's over McClure Pass. And when you look at it for bighorn, it just significantly reduces. You can never say eliminate, because the bighorns do what they want to do, especially the rams. But this would significantly reduce the interaction between the native and that. So all those respiratory pathogens no longer get transferred. And this is the biggest piece of the puzzle, because without it, doing habitat improvement, for bighorn, that might help. But really, truly, what's happening now is the herd used to be 200, 300. Wayne knows, he dealt with them in the past, and they used to be a much larger herd, and it's now dwindled to below 40. And so without the disease being taken out of this area, this herd is definitely in critical shape and could potentially be wiped out.
Could you just go over the map for us and point out, so that the allotment actually has areas that don't seem to have bighorn sheep range in it. He's not moving just to something that's on this map. He's moving them
Correct.
all the way over to the west off this map, other side of the pass.
Yes, I didn't have that allotment map for you, but basically here's Highway 133 and Marble's here.
Sure.
So as you're going towards, as you
McClure
go
there.
over the map this way, it's way over here. And that's totally outside of bighorn sheep habitat. So this one overlapped too well. I mean, there was definitely a huge overlap in the grazing allotment. The great thing is through these negotiations, Sperry was able to move his sheep this year. So he was able to already move into the new allotment. So we had a whole year, a whole summer of no interaction. And so with this deal right now, they're finalizing it, and that's why I don't have a final price tag, but they're finalizing it. It's, right now they're looking at what the total cost will be. We're looking at potentially about a third of the cost, and they have a commitment from Two Shoe Ranch. Originally I said anonymous, but they've come out and said their name could be used. So Two Shoes Ranch is putting in $32,000. They have, they're working with Rocky Mountain Bighorn Society, and they're going to give a donation to this. And so we were looking to at least match that private contribution and put into this, because whatever time National Wildlife Federation doesn't have to fundraise for these, they can go to the next one. And so this is one of the most significant and one of the first grazing allotment retirements in Colorado. And because of this, it's getting out. The word's getting out. They have another one they're working on in western Colorado right now, and there's potentially a third that they're going to be working on. So this is snowballing to really truly protect. If it's sheep, it's going to protect the bighorn sheep throughout the state. And so, you know, for us, we're very excited. We put bighorn resiliency as a big piece of the management plan for the Carbondale Crescent Butte. This is the biggest step forward that you can take to do that. We're going to be working with CPW to really push what's the next step. Now that you've gotten the disease pathogens gone, and I've talked to John Groves, the DWM for Colorado Parks and Wildlife in this area, and he's been talking to Matt, because now that that is gone, they are going to start planning for the next steps, because this is a Tier 1 herd, and the Forest Service is not going to move another grazing lessee in this area, so they've now got to come up with a plan to enhance the health of the herd. I have a feeling they like our partnerships. We've been working with them on other bighorn sheep areas. We've been working on that elk. I'm sure they're going to come in and see if we can partner in the future. But for us, this significantly enhances the herd, and it totally connects to Pickens County open space and trails through the fact that Floa Meadows is their critical winter habitat. And if we increase the health of this herd and the herd expands, Red Wine Point, other open space properties that we've been purchasing throughout time could be potential sheep habitat again. So staff's recommending that you guys do that.
Did you have a question, Graham, or are you?
I have a question, yeah, a couple of questions. I don't quite understand the time element of this. In other words, is this allotment canceled forever, or how does that work?
The way it works is that the Forest Service writes a letter and basically states that this allotment is going to be retired. And I mean, it's going to be non-reissued. So it's not going to reissue the grazing allotment. And the only way to reissue it, because basically what this allotment has to go through is another NEPA process. And you would have to go through a full NEPA process. And because this is a Tier 1 bighorn sheep herd, it would be very difficult to reallocate this to another lessee. We'll be watching that for the future as the Forest Service works through. You know, right now it's not going to be officially retired, but there is no plan anytime in the near future to redo this. And if they do, it has to go through a full NEPA process.
Great. And the other question is, whenever you do something like that, there are obviously a lot of other environmental consequences to vegetation, to other animals, all kinds of things. And I would sort of assume that most of those impacts would be beneficial, at least in the long term. But are we going into this understanding what's going to happen to the environment up there, the vegetation up there, the other animals? And we're doing this for bighorn sheep, but I think we need to understand all the other pieces of it and not do this in isolation.
Well, the reality here is this is going to benefit, you know, we're taking out a domestic grazing animal out of an area that is a high altitude mountain area. And so by taking the sheep out, taking the domestic sheep out, you're opening up more area for other species. So the elk are up in this area pretty heavily. The bighorn sheep are up in this area in the summer. So the reality for the vegetation, it gets to go back to what it was before the domestic animals come in. So
But
it's,
it could be an opening for weeds, or, you know,
well,
who
that's
knows?
something,
I mean, do
yes.
we understand the bigger environmental consequences of what we're doing?
Yes, we do, because the reality up there is that the lessee was supposed to be taking care of the weeds as a sink, and the Forest Service then is responsible for watching these areas on it. And so, you know, as we move through this transition, this year is going to give us a good, the sheep are already off. He's moved his herd. He has a new grazing allotment. It's not a new one. It was just somebody else retired their lease and ended their lease, and Joe is able to then take over that. So that area already had animals grazing it, and it's having animals again. This area, we have a whole summer to see it. So we're gonna, you know, it basically, through the Forest Service and through their range specialist, you know, we're gonna watch it over time, but they're fully confident that this area, being allowed to go rewild, might have a few areas of weed issues, but the Forest Service needs to watch that and take care of that.
And it's their
It's
responsibility.
their responsibility.
Thank you.
Question from, or a comment from Michael,
Yeah, as
And
a
then
perpetuity question.
Wayne or Steve?
Essentially, what I heard you say was that the current lease.
Mic on, or speak up or something.
The current lease predated NEPA, and a hypothetical future lease would be unlikely to survive NEPA. Is that the essence of what you're saying?
Yes.
So, Wayne, I'd be interested in your opinion about that with regard to how the Forest Service would regard a future proposal for a sheep lease up in that turf.
My perception is that they would never reissue that based on the conflicts that exist in that area with bighorns.
Thank you.
Steve had a question, and then back to Wayne.
Yeah, a lot of the light green areas were former domestic sheep grazing areas up in Capitol Creek and up different parts that are the green. It's very lush vegetation up there now, and a lot of elk go in there and different things. And places I've been, I've not noticed like any sort of weed infestation in the former sheep grazing areas, but we could go in there and kind of have that be part of the study to look and see in the former grazing allotments. Now, my understanding was those were permanently withdrawn by the Forest Service, and Wayne probably would know that, but I think people quit raising sheep because of economic reasons and labor and predator issues, and so they quit leasing the land, and then the Forest Service, I thought, had permanently withdrawn some of those areas.
My turn now.
Wayne, you can.
I can speak to that. A lot of those areas were, the leases came back to the Forest Service. And the reasons that those permittees left were primarily economic. As I recall, in the 80s, trade agreements opened up lamb and wool from New Zealand and Australia, and the market kind of crashed and made it very difficult to operate here. As far as so some of those areas have been permanently retired. This one would most likely be permanently retired in the next forest plan revision. We went through a process in the last forest plan revision, which was 2002, of identifying, we call them vacant allotments when there's no active permit on them. And we looked at all the vacant allotments we had and kind of determined which ones had potential to be restocked if we had interest, and which ones didn't, for whatever reason. So we retired some through that process. So because the forest plan revision is a huge NEPA undertaking, that's the time the Forest Service, I would guess, I mean, I can't really speak for the Forest Service anymore, but I would guess that's when they would do it permanently. the last NEPA that was done on this grazing allotment, I actually did in 2008, I believe, which was an update. And we made changes at that time to try and increase the spatial separation of domestics and bighorns by saying, you know, this portion of the allotment will no longer be grazed and that kind of thing. I kind of want to emphasize that it's really a big deal for a permittee to do this. Yeah. And the Sperry's, Joe and his family, their cooperation in doing this, I've known Joe for 30 years, and he was always willing to make adjustments to try and make things better. As far as the vegetation up there, there is a weed problem in portions of this range, but it was primarily because of the old marble ski area. And then it's kind of gone onto the forest from there. Its yellow toadflax I think was planted there to help stabilize some of their shale road cuts, because it will grow anywhere. It's also extremely hard to get rid of. So, but that's really the only weed problem. Where the sheep actually grazed, oftentimes recreationists traveling through that area a couple weeks later wouldn't know that the sheep had been there. It was once overgrazing. The sheep were continually moved. Joe was an outstanding permittee as far as cooperation and making adjustments to make the allotment better. So I anticipate, first of all, I support this budget supplemental to support the removal of this permit because of the conflict with the bighorns. We did a lot of things to try and make things better and keep the sheep there, but ultimately it's best to graze the sheep somewhere else where there's not that bighorn conflict.
Right.
So I think it's really important that we recognize that Joe's family made this sacrifice, basically, to, you know, these permits are very essential to an overall grazing operation. And taking the step to make it work, I think I appreciate the fact that the first articles that came out in the paper did recognize Sperry's, and I also understand they don't want to be like held up as a hero for a variety of reasons, and I understand that as well. But I think it's important for us to recognize that it's a big deal.
With a letter to him,
I was
would
going to
think.
say, yeah, that was going to be my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne.
I think that would be appropriate. The other thing, I have one other point, and I want to caution us a little bit. As Gary had kind of alluded to, I don't think this is a silver bullet that all of a sudden the bighorn sheep herd is going to start to, you know, their lambing success is going to all of a sudden go crazy and it's going to really bolster it. I think there's going to be whether it's in cases of new human use or not allowing human use or seasonal closures or whatever it is, we need, and habitat improvement things. And I think we have to rely on the state biologists to help us with that. But it's not going to be it's a great first step, or maybe it's not the first step, but it's a huge step in the bighorn sheep recovery. But I don't think it's the only thing that's going to be necessary to recover that herd.
Looking at, thanks Wayne for that, and I think it's a great idea that we send a letter of appreciation to the Sperry's. This piece of property, this allotment it looks like it's about 30 plus miles east to west and maybe 20 miles north south.
It's a huge area, and only portions of that were actually grazed by the domestics.
Okay, only portions in there, right.
Actually, when we did the NEPA the last time, which I think was 2008, we combined 5 old grazing allotments into one. We retired portions of grazing, that weren't suitable mostly for steepness and trailing impacts and kind of things with it.
Now this looks like it's mostly in Gunnison County, is that correct?
I need to point out that the map is wrong. Marble is not where it's located. on
Okay,
the map.
yeah, I wasn't, I'm trying to
Because
figure out.
Marble
Forest Service
sits right in the
moved it.
middle of the grazing allotment.
Does it? Okay. Oh, well, so, well, it'd be nice to get an idea on that. Just wondering, Gunnison County have any say in any of this? Are they part of this in any way, or weighing in, or?
You know, the National Wildlife Federation, I could check with them if they checked in with Gunnison County, but since this is mostly, you know, affecting this side of the valley, I don't think they really checked in too much with Gunnison on it. So, you know, this was really initiated because of the bighorn herd in the Pickton County area.
The Crystal area.
That it was really the Crystal Pickton County area that was really the concern for the bighorn, so that's why they stuck to this side.
The bighorn habitat is almost all in Pickton County.
It's all over here.
Not all, but
Good
A
to
lot
know.
of it.
mostly.
Well, thank you. I don't know what else we have left to do.
Just real
Well-
quick, gonna make a
Yeah,
comment.
Patty has a comment.
Yeah, I'm definitely support this because, you know, we talked about the bighorn sheep a lot during our Crystal Trail conversations, and so I think we're following up on what we said we would do, and I think that's a good thing for us to be doing.
Right, agreed.
This will often be referred to as the Avalanche Creek herd. I think people up the Crystal will, and in the documents referred to it that way, so.
It's actually two different herds. It's the Avalanche Creek herd and the Maroon Bells herd. The stuff on the eastern side is Maroon Bells. I'm sure there's some mixing, but they're kind of treated as separate herds by the state.
Ned, you don't need anything else from us today, but we'll be.
I need a motion from the Open Space Board recommending it to you, because you're gonna see it tomorrow.
So moved.
I would entertain that motion.
I'll
Michael's moved,
I'll
second.
second it.
Second.
Graham, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So the Open Space
Thanks,
Board
Dave.
recommends that we add that to our budget expenditures as a supplemental
Excellent,
increase.
thank you. So that's what we needed for tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll see it tomorrow again, but
Right.
we wanted to make sure you got all the questions answered today.
And now does Open Space need to adjourn their regular meeting so we can go on with ours?
Our regular
Unless you want to
meeting.
stay
Do I-
with us for the
I'll
rest of the day.
move that we adjourn our
Adjourn.
regular.
Thank you, Wayne.
I'll stick around.
Do we have a second?
Nice.
Amy seconds adjournment. Thank you.
We're having a
Oh, yeah,
cappuccino
about a
machine
year
they
ago,
brought in.
We were thinking of.
Okay,
of
thank you.
Trying to get rid
Thanks,
of that
Gary.
allotment
Thank
or
you.
Day
drain.
today.
No,
Well, we got through a lot today.
Not even
All right,
maybe
we need to
where
move
We
it's
did get through a
done.
lot.
Wait, we're moving.
It's done.
No, we
They're
are moving
evacuating.
right into our next.
All right, we're gonna keep moving here. We're gonna set up for our staff community presentations, third quarter budget supplemental requests. And we're
Really, I
teeing
think
up
it's
for that. And whoever's on
actually
first, come on
beyond
down. Here comes Connie now. Boy, what timing. Perfect timing, Connie.
Be beneficial.
Come on down. May as well
Anyway,
just
great.
bring it on up.
Sal's mother.
Whoever is starting up with you, if anybody's in line first.
you
Gotta
need
look
to
at our
keep
list
moving.
here.
I got two boys, upper 20s.
Not bad considering the size of the board doubled.
Every
We got
stage.
through it all.
It really is. I mean, it's just one of the great things in life. Yeah, good.
Okay.
How's it going, Amy?
Where are my supplemental requests? Here
Hi.
we are. All right.
Thanks, Wayne.
Let's see. Steve's coming
And Graham
back.
and
George is
everybody.
George is flying in.
You-
Yeah,
did
did I
you eat
stall
it?
long enough for you?
Did you already eat it?
I did already eat it.
Oh, that was fast.
Yeah, well, I've been here, but.
I know, I was
made
like,
late
how
for
did
it.
she do that?
It's tricky juggling all this, fitting it all
Okay.
in.
It's amazing it works. It works.
Okay, we're going to start up here in about 30 seconds. As soon as a couple of our board members return.
Let's just go.
I guess we have a quorum here. Yeah, we don't need those guys.
Well, I do. I have another meeting after this, and I want to make sure I have time to get ready for that
Well,
one, because that was a little biggie.
Cut to the chase.
And since we've been talking about this for the last hour,
Okay,
Couple of
Connie, why
these.
don't you just start
Okay.
it up and they'll trickle in as they see
Good
fit.
afternoon. So we're here to present third quarter budget supplemental requests. And we have staff who will be presenting the requests from their different departments. And we're going to start with facilities.
Great. Okay, go right on ahead. Introduce
Jo-
yourselves if you would first.
Thank
Thanks.
you. I'm Jody Smith. I'm the facilities director, and I'm going to have Mike introduce himself, talk about the request, and then we'll answer questions.
Great, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mike Flegel with Facilities, sitting before you to talk about some needs that we hope to present to you today. Thank you.
Do you want to give a little summary of what the
Oh, you want me to do it? I just
I'll go
heard the
ahead.
introduction part. First, that was an interesting discussion you just had with the Bighorn Sheep Range. Reminds me of my 13 years of experience on the game commissions in Alaska dealing with wildlife issues, and it brought back a lot of good memories. So glad you guys are involved with that.
Yeah.
Really good thing.
Thank you.
So what we've found is that we've had a couple of areas where we've fallen short on our budgeting for 2019. And the biggest one I want to start with is the Health and Human Services snow removal. We had a complete remodeling of the parking lot out there as part of the ambulance facility new construction. And consequently, the equipment that we facilities possessed for snow removal was inadequate for removing snow at that location, and plus we got slammed this last winter with snow. So we ended up renting a piece of equipment that would do the job. And then because of lack of storage space there, we also had to hire contractors and Road and Bridge, which charges like a contractor, to remove the snow for us. And that ended up being quite an expensive proposition. And so we're looking at a budget overage of $28,400 from the initial budget. And this is for what used to be called purchase services. It's not broken out as snow removal, but this is only addressing the snow removal piece. We did have a lot of other pretty good sized expenditures out there at Health and Human Services this past year. We had plumbing issues and whatnot. So, but this is just addressing the snow removal piece.
So normally we would try to absorb that if there was opportunity to do that. And through analysis, we just simply could not absorb this into our operational budget. So.
Could you just give us an indication for the public also, just how much greater was the snow? Well, this is a unique situation, this building, but we also had a huge snow year this year. I think we had, weeks where we had significant increase in snow. So no doubt that contributes to it, but you also had a unique situation at Health and Human Services.
Definitely. If this were the winter before, I think we would have been able to handle it with the equipment we had. But you're right, this past winter was pretty brutal as far as snow goes.
Right. Kind of seeing that snow plowing budgets across the state are probably way over this year. Kelly.
Similarly to how Road and Bridge charges you for their service, do you then bill this out to the departments at HHS to recoup?
So I can answer that one. We track all of the charges that are associated with the Health and Human Services building. And then through the county cost allocation plan, we do charge back out to some of the departments. Obviously, the different nonprofits that are in the building don't get charged for anything. That's our in-kind contribution to those entities. But we have human services and public health funds that are in the building. So proportionate to their square footage of the building, they do share in the cost of the custodial and maintenance and whatever's related to the building.
Thank you.
Right. All right.
And if I can just clarify too, we don't expect this to be an ongoing expense. We're just trying to cover this last winter. We have worked with Fleet and we're getting the right piece of equipment for snow removal. We'll still have to pay contractors to haul it if we get to that point, if we get another heavy snow year, but we're not trying to look for additional increases going into the future.
Right. We're not going to buy a massive front end loader because in a dry year you won't. So we're not requiring any new equipment to deal with this. We're just working with these guys.
We are buying a Bobcat. I mean, it's not a Bobcat. That's just a generic term, but a skid steer loader.
Small skid steer.
Yeah,
okay.
Small skid steer, and it's going to be very useful, across the county. We can even use it here in town if we need to, and that's what we ended up renting last year. It was pretty expensive rental.
And that's a much more nimble thing than a pickup truck with a blade on it.
Yep.
Right.
And facilities has always had a type of skid steer in our inventory, so this isn't an addition. We were replacing anyway. So, and have less blades to have to plow that lot then.
Right. Okay. Steve?
Mike, are you able to put the snow in the hospital snow dump that's removed from HHS?
We were in discussions with them on that last year, but as their snow pile got bigger, they suddenly backed out of the discussion. So it was like a probable offer, but by the time we got to the point to where we could have used it, they didn't have room for us.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to have the private contractors haul it off to their locations. And then the Road and Bridge, when they hauled it for us, they were able to haul it to the city of Aspen's snow lot, which is right by Public Works. We worked out an arrangement with the city of Aspen, collaborating with them to do that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a great idea. It didn't work out because of the quantity of snow.
Maybe in a normal year that might work, though.
I agree, yes, and we'll definitely look into that.
There's just a shorter haul then.
It'd be a lot cheaper, yeah.
Yeah.
Other questions on this one, or can we move on? I think we're okay. Thank you for the thorough description.
Okay, thank you. The next one concerns electrical charges at two facilities, and the one is the facility we're in right now, the administration building. And what happened here is we got this beautiful new building built, and we didn't have any history of what it would charge, what it would cost in electricity to power and light this facility, and we way undershot on this one. We're basically using some old numbers from the existing plaza building that's out here before this addition was put on it, and just some kind of thinking about how to extrapolate some other buildings, and it didn't work out. The way we're tracking now is we're looking at, do you have the one that has the actual? Yeah, this is the fixed one. A 34,500 increase, which is over double what we guesstimated. And I know that's a huge leap, but that's how we're tracking right now, and this is what we need to make that right. And second, down at Basalt, we had a similar situation where, remember, the county purchased the building, and then we relocated offices in there while this was being constructed. We didn't have a really good track history there of what utility costs were going to be once everything moved out and it went into the current function with the health center there and whatnot. And so we're looking at a shortfall there as well of about 15,300 based on what we had budgeted as 3,500, and when we project, it's going to be considerably higher than that. So a couple of just instances where we just didn't have anything to base what our projections should be on, and moving forward, we will have at least this history now that we can do a little better.
George?
Yeah, so on the electricity, we're utilizing in Basalt, it comes from Holy Cross, and from this building it's coming from Aspen Utilities? Is that how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think as our conversation is always geared towards climate change and the impacts, what we can do to mitigate, I think we continue to need to look at renewables and increasing our renewable inventory to try to address and help offset these costs as well as address our climate action plan.
And we are in discussions with Holy Cross about purchasing into their renewable portfolio as a first step. And then obviously we're also looking at our facilities more down valley for implementation of on-site renewables. So we'll be back to you with that.
Yeah, great.
Kelly, go ahead.
Were there any rate increase effects with this budget request? Like, are you adjusting for any rate increases?
I don't know if Connie, if you have the
No, I
real
don't know
answer to
that.
I don't actually track the individual line items. I just pay the bills, And so what we're doing is going off of a trend up to this point in time in 2019 and extrapolating what it's going to be for the remainder of the year. And, you know, if there's a rate increase in there, it's accounting for that, but I can't tell you if there is one.
One thing I would like to add, if I may, when in this administration building, when it was designed, SGM did a projections cost of what they thought the utilities would be. I don't have the results. I just sent them the information of what our current use is for the last 12 months and asking them to do a comparison and tell us if we're on track or not for what their projections were, so that we can actually see if we're doing what we need to be doing. The other thing we're doing is I've been in communication with CORE, and we are going to move off of the train energy monitoring. We'll probably still have it in a sense, but move to the CORE energy monitoring program, which is transparent to the public. It will give us more accurate information. Frankly, we just haven't had as much of the information that we think we need to be able to report out to you. So by switching over to CORE and having all of our buildings, as you know, the ambulance building just went on, so they're on that monitoring with the new solar that went on the Public Works. That went on CORE, so we're going to make the shift so that we can really see and then use that as a troubleshooting device. I know last week you had talked about heat tape, and some of that will tell us where our energy is going, so we can
great.
really start to look at that.
That was going to be my question, is that, is this an indicator that maybe, you know, when we have some time in the building, then we can really do an energy assessment, because there may be opportunities to conserve more. Absolutely. And I think you're completely on the right track to discover that and monitor it and make it transparent, which is really important and valuable to us.
I think the bigger issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, Connie, is when we budgeted for the utilities in the building, we actually kept it flat to the previous building. We had, in 2018, when we moved in, we had a contingency that wasn't carried forward into 2019, and that was probably the issue from a budgetary perspective, and we didn't have that full year run yet to know where it would end up.
Great. Well, I think as we talk about climate action plans, when the budget supplements, the annual budgets come around, this is progress in the right direction. I look around thinking, God, we could turn off a few of these lights now. You know, we'll start turning some things off. When you see a light it's on, just go turn it off for me, will you?
There they are.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Is there more on that one? Or are we going to keep moving, Mike?
I think that's it.
That's all
we got.
facilities
That's
has.
it. That's all you got.
Thank you so much.
Well, all right. Thank you. Thanks for good presentation and follow through. There you go. There
The
you
next
have it.
request is for
Feel better.
fleet flooring, and I don't see Jonah here. Jody, I don't know if you would like to mention anything about it, or we can skip it and wait till the end and.
I can probably speak to it.
Okay.
So in 2018, the board approved in the budget $91,000 for the fleet flooring to be redone. I think back in like 2010, we had that floor resurfaced, and then they put an epoxy down. That was when we put in that new garage door. It was a small remodel. But the hope was to get those floors down and that they would make it safer for staff. What happened is during that last year, the entire year was kind of a lot of disruption in the parking lot with the new fueling stations, the paving, the walk wall, and it just wasn't, Jonah just wasn't able to implement the flooring. And then I believe that they went over budget on the paving project, and they had to use some of that $91,000. And so then just a few months ago, they went out to bid again, and the price has increased from $91,000 to $110,000. So this request is for an additional $75,000 to redo that floor. What has happened is that floor has failed in many places, and it's creating more of a hazard. It makes it difficult to clean, and yeah, so that's why they were asking for that.
Patty?
So they're actually asking for a little more.
Mhm.
'Cause it would come out to about 66,462, so they're just putting a little buffer on it by asking for an additional 75.
Is that how the numbers work
Yeah,
out? Yeah.
yeah,
Right? Okay.
yeah, there's a little extra.
And I know they were talking at one point about doing not only the fleet building, but they were going to do the administration break room and their bathrooms, like the men's restroom, which is attached to that. And they have pulled that off scope. So they are only focusing on the fleet building, and facilities will take care of reflooring their break room and other, the administrative building on a replacement schedule. So this is just for the fleet building.
We must be working on the courthouse today?
courthouse, yeah.
Somebody's trying to bust out somewhere. The jail's right there, isn't it? Okay, any other questions on this? Things got more expensive and things deteriorated more in the meantime.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Okay, let's thank you for that. On Jonah's behalf, thank you.
Next, request for the Solid Waste Center. And Kathy's here.
Kathy's here.
Hi, Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Manager. So we are working on a stormwater cover replacement on the southern and southeastern slopes of the landfill. If you've been at the landfill in the past 2 years, you've noticed these big black tarps that cover the side slopes, the upper part of the landfill. That was installed in May of 2017, currently under warranty. In October 2017, the cover tore along a field seam. So these covers are installed in sections, and then in the field, the cover installer essentially welds the HDPE sections together. So that cover failed in October 2017. With some cajoling, the company came out and repaired the seam. This past April 2019, another failure occurred along the southern slope of the landfill, along pretty much the whole seam. So we called the company out again. They're still under warranty. It's a 2-year warranty. They came out, they reviewed the cover, and they refused to honor the warranty repair work. We've had a series of conference calls with them, and they continue to refuse, claiming it's not their fault. So in June of 2019, we pulled in a third-party expert, a liner expert, to come look at the cover and give us his professional advice. And he came up with the determination that the cover was installed incorrectly. The field seaming was welded incorrectly. His field review of the seams said they were all failing, and it would just be a matter of time. So in that process, we also took samples of the field seams and sent them to a third-party lab in Austin, Texas. For the field samples, all the field samples, we took 4, failed the laboratory testing. And then in the meantime, in early July this year, another seam failure occurred on the southern slope. And again, the company was alerted that they're still under warranty and they need to come repair it, and they refused to do the work. So we have turned this over to the county attorneys, and they're preparing a letter right now to give them one more chance to come repair it, or we go to litigation. But in the meantime, it's our assumption that this company will not come out to replace and repair the cover. So we are going to ask for $380,000, a very conservative estimate, to go out to RFP to replace this cover system, and then go into litigation to recover those costs.
Wow. Questions, Kelly?
Yeah, can you talk about, what happens when it fails? What is the impact of that to surrounding property?
Yeah, so this is a long-term project for stormwater management, leachate management on the for the landfill. So these covers were installed to prevent rainwater from infiltrating into the landfill and then creating leachate, which pops out below the landfill. It's garbage juice, and no landfill wants to deal with it. So these seams are pretty significant. If you've been out there in the last couple months, you can see they're just totally ripped down the side, exposing a large section of the landfill, making the cover useless, essentially. So what's going to happen if we don't repair and replace that cover, we're going to get more water infiltration, creating more problems with leachate that every landfill deals with, but we're working with the state to improve our situation.
So on the kind of the back end of that, the leachate is being managed, so we're not, exposing anyone or the environment to that. You're just preventing, with a top cover, the creation of additional
leachate. And we're sort of right now backing into a leachate system we're somewhat managing. The landfill was built in the mid-1960s before leachate systems were required to be put into landfills, so we're sort of backing into a leachate system. We do have some projects ongoing right now to try and capture some of that leachate, and with additional improvements hopefully next year. But we're not getting it all, so we're trying to slow it down as much as we can.
It sounds like this is not really a repair issue, but a complete replacement of a faulty product.
Correct. I was saying repair, but the third-party expert, his recommendation was tear the cover down and then reinstall it. Yeah.
Can we deliver the old one back to the company and leave it in their parking lot or something?
I'll leave that up to the attorneys, but I would like to, yes.
We aren't going to end up using airspace in our landfill to dispose of the failed cover, are we?
Well, I've got an RFP prepared, and we're waiting for the attorney letter to go to this company that installed it. But part of the RFP will to render that cover in a way that we can bury it in the landfill, and the thought is to charge this previous company back the disposal of the cover.
It's not recyclable or...
No.
They use it for like weed management.
Make jackets out of it.
Well, we'll try and find a reuse, but...
yeah, that's bad news, but it sounds like you're doing the appropriate things.
So we will see you again tomorrow.
So we'll see you again tomorrow, and any other questions or comments? Thank you for staying on top of this.
I guess I do have one more question. Was this money something you wanted to spend on something else that you're now foregoing?
Well, we have equipment and some diversion programs we'd like to invest in. The hope is we get this money back.
Yeah.
And I should clarify, we're hoping to get this new cover installed this fall. We're running out of time. We have to get it in before the winter, so it may be carried over into next year. But hopefully we get the money back soon.
That's approaching the equivalent of the compost income for us a year, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's a lot of money. So.
It is, yeah.
So go out and buy more dirt.
Yeah, we'll have to have a compost campaign.
Thank you for that
coming in.
response today.
Okay, up next.
The next two requests in your packet are from Open Space, and I believe you already discussed those at the joint Open Space and Trails meeting. So we can skip those and go to the airport. And Chris Padilla is here to present the two airport requests.
Welcome, Chris. Thanks, Kathy.
In an airport fashion, I've got a PowerPoint. So.
Okay. Nice shirt.
Thank you. It's fall colors.
Here we go.
That didn't open it. All right, my name is Chris Padilla. I'm the airport controller. Today we have two budget supplementals that we're asking. The first one is the interim terminal project, which we came back and gave you an update in August, on August 6th. I'm just going to do a quick recap for those at home. So the first piece is the goal is to get back to 2018 capacity levels due to fire code restrictions that we had. So this is kind of the project overview. We've got a baggage makeup addition. We're going to take back the gift shop We're going to evacuate the admin office and turn that into gate holding space, include a baggage tent, and have a temporary admin modular that's going to be added. Oh, and there's also going to be that little circle is an ask from the airlines, because currently they're using a garden hose to fill up their de-ice equipment. So we're going to have a bigger tank that fills up, and then it's just for efficiencies.
And you've got an egress way for the baggage handlers, I assume, off the parking lot? Is that?
Correct. That'll be where the delivery of the baggages that come and go to get access to the baggage tent.
And that'll also be the exit for folks picking up, so that we're not. Sorry, I forgot. That will also be a through fare for folks who are picking up bags, so that we're getting people out of the baggage area. Part of the reason we're doing it is to keep folks out of the baggage area.
So that'll actually be a secure citizen
There will
accessible
be a
space.
fence around it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the fence will come in. We'll start at. Let's see if I can get my laser pointer going here. Is that the laser pointer?
No, if you need a hand, I'm an expert at getting that laser pointer.
Oh, I got it.
You got it.
Fine. Thanks. All right. So the fence will start here, and then kind of use the back end of this admin building use it as part of the fence, and then it'll come around over here, and then we're going to put a gate here that'll be locked with a padlock that the airlines will have their keys for, and we'll have keys for. So it'll be not really a secured in the sense of TSA, but it'll be a secured area that passengers can't just come and go as they will. It'll be monitored with the airlines, and that way it's used in sync with the baggages when the bags are lined up in that baggage tent.
And so this is something that TSA is probably has to sign off on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Patty?
Needless to say, I cannot help but be a little concerned at the number. $2,403,000.
Correct.
I don't remember that coming up in any of our discussions. Maybe nobody knew it was going to be over $2 million. But when I read this and the next one about parking, it caused me some concern. That's a lot of money. We're talking between these two requests, almost $5 million.
Correct.
Well, go ahead, I'm not done.
Yeah, but I know there's things that we have to do, but it just seems like $1.5 million to do the construction phase one. I mean, yeah, it's a tough one to swallow.
So there's a silver lining to that too, which I think I did cover in here, that we are being reimbursed by the airlines for the complete project over a 5-year period at a 5% interest rate. Okay. So by the time that if we get to the terminal, we'll have that back in the fund balance plus the 5% interest.
Well, and that's great to hear, but I know that money could go to uses other than this in the future, right? And or is it an addition? We're going to be charging our passengers that are flying an additional amount of money?
No, this is going to be reimbursed completely by the airlines.
And then where would that money go if we weren't doing this project?
We wouldn't get that money.
Okay.
This
So
money.
this is above and
this
beyond,
is
is, I
new
guess, my
money.
question.
We've talked to the airlines about these improvements. The airline's been also asking for, particularly the baggage area
Right, 'cause
improvements. There's also concern about the loss of the secure hold space. And so that is a reimbursement specifically for this project from the airlines that it would not come to us.
So what I'm
otherwise.
saying is it's above and beyond any
That's
monies
correct.
we get.
That's correct. Yeah, it's not competing with
what I
any other
wanted to know.
priorities. Yeah.
Yeah, if we weren't using this for this, it would be sitting in the fund balance till we got to the project.
Well, these requests have pretty much been generated by demand from the airlines or the TSA in the case of the reducing the size of the waiting area. Can you just explain where the necessity for doing these projects has been generated?
Sure. So the capacity. So initially, when the first the fire code was set, is usually set by a per square foot per person. What they didn't take into effect were the fixtures, the seats, the baggages that would be sitting around, and that would greatly reduce the capacity. It's budget season. I've been doing numbers. I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it greatly impacted the amount of people that could be in the terminal and in the ticketing area and in the baggage, to the point where we right now we meter passengers coming in. And one thing we really we don't want to do is meter passengers coming in just a ticketing, making them wait outside. That's kind of a concern on that too.
George?
Yeah, I mean, again, I've said this before, that this is just another case of how deficient our airport terminal is. It's outdated, it's non-functional anymore, it's unsafe, and we continue to have to do these Band-Aids until we're able to, for the community to decide that it's time to replace this with a 21st century terminal.
Mm-hmm. Correct. It's just, from my understanding too, I've only been here a little over 3 years, but the way it started was the upper square block was the main portion of the terminal, correct me if I'm wrong, and then kind of piece by piece each one of these were added on. So it's been kind of, I don't want to say Frankenstein together, but
I think over the years it has certainly been modified. Steve?
Currently, the people coming, deplaning, go around the green area of the administration office, and that one wall is one of the walls where people are leaving the secure area and going to the baggage claim.
Mm-hmm.
How is that going to be different now? Is there going to some of this cost be in moving our whole contraption for getting the people out?
No,
or will that still be in the same location?
So yeah, we've put a lot of thought into that. So the CABA unit's going to stay there. The piece of equipment you're talking about is that glass box, and that directs one-way traffic flow. That's going to remain the same. What's going to happen is, I think I have a slide that may be able to visualize it a little bit better here. Yeah, right there. If I can go back. All right. So right now, this is where the CABA unit is. The passengers deplane, go through these doors. There's a wall here and a corridor that has two walls. One sharing the space with the admin office. This one sharing the space with the passengers. What we're going to do is take this wall out, because if we turn the admin office into a holding area, there's only about a 4 or 5 foot gap there where people can actually see their seating there. So we're trying to open it up more so that people can see and they can be directed to that area. So this wall will go down. There's a heating unit right about here. So the wall from there to here will be removed so that people can actually have eye-line sight to it and access it. And then to kind of meet our TSA requirements and standards here, and also without freezing out the building during the winter, we're going to put in a turnstile. One of the ones you see at the hotels where it can accommodate bags, strollers, families, and it'll only rotate one way. So, and that'll help with our HVAC costs on that. So as we've been going through, this is the entrance, the admin office right here. This will be now holding space. And there's the old admin office, which we'll miss greatly.
As you move to the trailer out back?
Yeah.
Or across the runway?
Correct. Well, yeah, and we've been, we actually are going to be in the ABC for a little bit because the AOC is getting too full right now. Okay. And the cost, there was an actual offset cost too of preparing the AOC or renting out some space across the street. And it was better to rent space across the street.
Okay. What else you got for us?
So I've got the milestones. If you wanted to relook at them, they've been adjusted and tweaked a little bit since last time. The anticipated start date is September 30th. It was November 1st. It's moved back. It's actually been moved back a day. So these are the milestones that we're trying to hit. And they're pretty aggressive, and we're working pretty hard with that during our RFP.
Interesting. You're going to be done in time for the rush.
Yeah, we are.
It's our hope.
Yeah, we're looking very hopeful for that. Would you have any other questions on the interim terminal?
No, I guess not. Let's keep moving.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so the next piece is the interim parking project. Again, you can see that was kind of a big number, and especially what you were talking about.
You like that number 2, don't you?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's we kind of do these little side bets. Like, I bet you it's going to be around this area. But so part of that cost increase is because of the time of season it is. The construction season has been great. You know, so the people that are going to be bidding will be bidding a little bit higher. That's the anticipation that they've already hit their yearly mark. But you know, there's hope that we can help with that here. The good news is that half of this will be eligible for CFC funds that we would just set aside and use for. It was originally earmarked for the project because we thought the terminal project was already going to be happening. So again, it'll be funded by the CFC funds, and then that will be replenished over the next, 5 to 6 years timeline for that.
While you're at it, can you just describe what CFC funds are?
I apologize. Customer facility charges. These are charges that are put on every car rental bill. So per car rental transaction day comes back to the airport to help maintain the car rental facility and any kind of improvements that is needed for that.
Okay, great, thanks.
So just as an overview, here are the parking lot. Sorry.
Patty?
No, go ahead and I'll ask when you're.
So here are the parking lots. Just kind of a recap of what we showed last time. The cell phone lot that we all are very waiting for with bated breath on this. And this is the visual of the berms that we're looking to utilize to be able to create to meet the current demand in parking.
I'm sure it's come up already, but how's the cell service in that spot?
I don't have any problem with it right now. We can
Just want to make sure that's not a dead zone.
And with regards to removing these berms, will you be leaving the sections that sort of visually block the parking from 82?
Yeah.
So the next one. So what you can see, you'll see the berm right in the middle there has been left. That'll be used for flow, the traffic flow for the car rental companies. It's helps with noise mitigation. Also, in this area, right now there's open spaces. They're going to take some of this berm waste and actually build up another berm over here to help with that visual impact.
Got it. Thank you.
Great.
And that'll be along the whole side.
So, my original question was, where will this all this dirt go to? So we're going to be able to reuse a big chunk of it on site, and the rest of it is going up to the landfill, or?
The exact number, we are still working on the survey. We actually had the surveyors out there the past couple of days. They're putting together the data. We're expecting that information sometime this week, to the exact cubic amounts that we're going to have. But we're going to reuse as much as we possibly can and not send it to the dump in the landfill. We've even talked about storing some of it on the other side of the runway if we can, in kind of our boneyard area.
Yeah, we don't know whether it's good soil or not that could be utilized for topsoil. It's just.
We're expecting it to be pretty rocky. I know in the past it was brought up that there was a lot of boulders, at least when they were working on the runway extension.
We haven't done any geotech or anything like that.
So, but we will use as much as we can over here to build up that berm for that visual impact and the sound impact.
Well, again, the number's big, but the need is bigger. We've been talking about trying to resolve it, so I think the sooner we get this parking lot issue and the cell parking space and all of it done, we'll have happier customers coming and going from the airport. So.
And it is possible, I think, as we go through our visioning process and future planning, that while it's not consistent with what was in the environmental assessment process in terms of planning, this may be an investment that's reusable in the future. So
maybe
can't guarantee
maybe
yet,
the
but,
dirt is. So
given where the vision committee and the groups are going in terms of terminal size and such, there may be an opportunity to keep some of this parking and use some of this investment in the future.
Steve?
So that was one of my questions, not knowing where our conceptual location of a new terminal was. I think part of this maybe would be new terminal, but part of it probably still would be parking.
Well, we have a lot of work to do to get our recommendations back, but we do have a few alternatives to put in front of the group for their charrette purposes that would preserve a lot of this.
Okay. And my other question, by removing the berms, we'll be creating more parking spaces. Conceivably, if you build it, they will come. We're going to probably end up filling up these spaces with some sort of cars that will be paying income to the county. Do you have any projections on how much additional parking revenue we will see, and that could offset the cost of doing this project?
My guess, just off the top of my head, my guess is conservatively, I'm going to say probably an extra 500,000 to 600,000 a year, but we really don't know. I'm going to caveat it with we really don't know how many cars are being turned away and are going to other places. The new rate structure that we're going to implement, how that's going to affect it. There's a pretty big chunk of variables. We can capture the data and information of people coming in and out and how long they're staying. It's almost impossible for us to capture the data of who's doing alternative routes, alternative transportation, who's having a friend come when they really wanted to come and park, that sort of thing. And really the build it and they will come, it's more of, we've really seen it more of, this is just to meet our current capacity requirements and needs. So it's more like they're here and now we're trying to build so that they can be accommodated.
George?
Are we going to lose parking places while this work is being done, while you're removing berms? Are we actually going to be losing parking spaces, and how much, and then how are we going to try to deal with that issue so we don't see Pickens County alerts every day?
We have phasing. So I just got out of a meeting yesterday about phasing with the car rental companies and the next stakeholders that are going to be the employees of the airlines. So as part of the phasing that we're proposing is that was pretty smooth. That as this phase is going to be done, and this Lot C portion that gets started to work on, we're going to move the employee parking over here. The car rental companies have decided they can help us out, so it'll be overflow and employee parking over here at the same time. So hopefully it'll be a minimum impact. We're going to get word out, start telling people, hey, to expect construction during this time. It sounds scary. The other side of that too is our timeline is pretty aggressive, and we've been working really closely with other companies to try to get that. For the whole project, we're looking at about 45 days. 2-day periods where the car rental companies may not be able to even access their fueling and car wash facilities. Lot A will not be impacted by this. Lot B will be minimally impacted, because really they're doing for here is they're just going to do a top coat, a seal coat, and then repaint it and stripe it so that it's more efficient. The earthwork is really going to be around in here, and if I remember right, they're expecting this portion to be more of a 15-day project, where the earthwork is really going to be the biggest piece, and then when they pave those empty spots, it's just going to be a seal coat and then the marking.
So George, in addition to the phasing too, we're doing this at a time where average daily flights, commercial flights, have dropped off significantly. So we're hoping that the parking demand, while we're going through this phased and pretty aggressive timeline, is also dropping.
But you said, Chris, you're going to utilize that rack area for overflow as well as employee parking?
Yeah,
how will that work in terms of, because employee parking has a pass, but if it's overflow, you're going to have, I mean, how will that work?
So the idea is, if you to utilize this road, this kind of airport road number 2 area, you can still access these areas through openings right here. So we're going to get pretty creative with that to be able to say, okay, this is where employee parking is, and discussions with the airline saying, we understand that early morning, 4:30 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, RAFTA's not running, but can you have employees park that are coming in for the times that RAFTA is running, park at the intercept lot, and just can you work with us? And in return, we, as you can see, we have a very aggressive schedule so that we don't displace as many people as we can.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, if it's an overflow parking area, how will people pay for that?
So currently right now, what they do is they'll go over to, what they do right now is they go to the shack, which we call the shack, is over by the terminal where the last parking company is. They tell him, this is how long I'm going to be there. And then he goes out and he gives them a yellow sticker, not a sticker, it's just a paper, so that he knows that they've been covered and that they're okay. So,
So when somebody checks the employee in parking lot, they'll see that in their windshield and know they're
correct. So right now, that's what we've been doing. Until we can get all the technology in place, the customer experience is number one right now.
All right, thanks.
Chris, I just want to say, looking at the berm removal, I can anticipate some huge boulders being discovered, ones that aren't already showing through the surface, and so hopefully that's not going to slow you down. But
yeah, so if anybody wants rocks,
well, maybe you can use them for the entrance to the parking areas. I have a feeling you're going to have some massive granite boulders, and you're not going to want to move them very far.
blow them up.
Well, I mean, we've been trying to repurpose boulders. Like we'll put them alongside of some of the security perimeter fence. We've also used them in Lot A parking, where people have actually been four-wheeling out of the parking lot so they don't pay. So we'll put a boulder there.
It's true.
And they'll four-wheel out. They find we had one person drive on the sidewalk and they fit a 4Runner through that. So we had to put.
That's what they're doing. Boulders.
So, what are the two acronyms RAC and QTA stand for?
QTA is quick turnaround area, or it's really the stacking area is a better term for it. It's where they take the cars that have already come in and gone through the car wash, or they're getting ready for the car wash and the fueling station, and then they take them to the long-term area. The RAC is a rental agreement contract, and it's really something that is between the car rental companies. Okay. It's an agreement to maintain this car wash facility, pay the bills, the electricity, the gas, and any utilities.
Okay, thank you.
Great, Chris. We're going to have to keep moving here. We're behind schedule. It's been pointed out to me, and we got to keep going. What else you got here?
That's it. Just questions page.
Thanks, Chris.
That's it. I think.
So we'll see this again tomorrow, right?
Yes,
Thanks for all the detail.
we'll be back tomorrow with the first reading of the budget supplemental request, and then on the 25th for the second reading.
Great. Thank you.
you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. I need a 5-minute break.
Well, we need a 10-minute break. We're supposed to have a 15-minute break 20 minutes ago.
She's calling for 10. I said 5. What do you got? Anybody want to say?
7.5.
Okay.
Take a break.
Let's take a break.
2:15.
All right. So we're going to be back here at closer to 2:20 probably. 15-minute break.
Sorry, but we haven't had a break.
But if we can get back sooner, we will.
First time I've ever been early.
Yeah, geez.
We're glad we could help you out.
Started. Okay, we're back. Hello, everybody. It's Tuesday, September 10th. This is our upcoming regular meeting items of the Board of County Commissioners. We're on the Phillips site operational planning, and Phyllis is here.
Phyllis Mattice, Deputy County Manager, and with me is Bob Schultz, who's also part of the DHM planning team that has been doing all the work on evaluating future planning for the Phillips property and the park. Today we're really here, the majority of our questions are about operations in the park, a little bit about the property, but these are all things that have come up. We bought the property in February 2018, and mostly operations have remained unchanged. Hiram Noyes takes care of things with everything he can use to keep everything running, which has been working great. But questions come up. So we gave you 10 questions that we'd like to kind of get direction. Some of it we have recommendations. Some items we think we'll have a little bit of a conversation and then come back to you at a later date with recommendations or more information from research that we do. So I'm just going to go through. First one is the risk evaluations. The first risk evaluation that we have going on right now is the debris flow. And on here, this is the debris flow line. That is a drainage from up above. There is a berm that the Phillips family had put in years ago, probably from a long time ago flood. But what is the risk to the homes that are in the line of that debris flow? So to have engineers evaluating that. And that's what's going on now. They hope to have that research completed by November. We did do the Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority, did an evaluation on fire. Right now, the wildfire coming from the open space behind the trailers are less of a risk than actually the areas near the trailers. So if there was a trailer fire in one trailer, preventing the fire from spreading trailer to trailer is really the bigger risk. So we don't have an immediate solution there. We're going to do a little bit of mitigation on the property. Come the spring, we're trying to get the crew that comes out of the Rifle Correctional Center that comes in and in a day just cleans it up. Yeah. So you can see up on the hill, there's not a lot of vegetation, but when you get down into the cottonwoods, that would be risky. And then some of the oak brush that's really close to the trailers.
The cottonwoods, is that ditch still operable?
The ditch, yes.
Okay. Just because that's the water source to keep those cottonwoods alive. Okay.
No.
Originally, there was an effort to try and do some wildfire mitigation this summer or fall, but the crew wasn't available, so that's why it'll be in the spring.
Kelly?
With regards to the debris flow, are we getting kind of past maybe the riskier time of year with the rains? And have we seen any evidence with summer rains that this is an impending concern?
So this is really a geotechnical study. So they'll sample soils and the rock material that's up there, and they'll do extensive survey work, and they'll create a model of the basin, and then they'll run imaginary events and see what they think will happen in those events. And the analysis will then allow you to have information about the level of risk to between 3 and 5 mobile homes that appear to be in the pathway of a debris flow event.
But we haven't seen any, there hasn't been any events recently that cause for immediate concern.
Hasn't been any for a while, if ever.
Yeah, no. Well, there is a ditch that's been dug out, so there was something that went on at some point in time, and yeah, you can come on up.
Come on up, Hiram.
Name's Hiram Noyes.
Welcome. Is that microphone, is the light on that mic? Just want to make sure you're.
Okay.
True resident expert.
I'm independent contractor, works for Pickens County Manager at Phillips Trailer Court. I used to be an owner/manager and now work for the county. To answer your question, has there been an issue? Many years ago, I was born in '58. I was about 7 or 8 years old when we did have a flood come down this drainage that they just identified to you. And at that time, the berm was not there. Yeah, it flooded underneath the trailers. It took skirting out everything else, and it caused mayhem there. That's why the berm was installed, and that was in the early '60s. The only other recent anything we've had was a minor little flood in the next draw up from that one. It'd be up the other way. And what it did is filled in the irrigation ditch and then flooded down the road of the court. Didn't do any damage, and we was able to take care of that rather quickly. And then we went up above and rechanged the channel to throw anything of water of that nature out into that sagebrush field. But that was about 12 years ago. That's been the only 2 times that I know of in my lifetime there.
And Kelly, if I'm understanding your question, is there an imminent kind of
Right.
danger to any of the trailers there? We do not believe so. We initiated the geotechnical analysis before making any long-term improvements.
Steve?
I had asked about, or comparing this to in Glenwood Springs, where they have basically a gully coming right through the middle of town. And comparing the two, they have fairly big bridges there that if there was a bunch of debris coming down, it probably would just wash right through the whole thing. This one, I think, it might go into a culvert, and a culvert's going to get blocked just like that. And so I think that should be part of the analysis. If maybe we could make the gully a little bit deeper and put a bridge where the road crosses it instead of a culvert, and that might be all we would need to do.
And we may decide that in the future that, we can make improvements like that, or depending on what the geotechnical risk is, we may decide that's not an appropriate place in the future when we're doing our long-term planning. Yeah.
Yeah, and the engineers they'll be able to give us some options, I think. Yeah.
That's why we're having the evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
Because they'll know what's going on up there, and they'll be doing soil testing and knowing the stability of what's going on in there. Next is removal of buildings.
can I
And
just
it's
ask
really
another-
about the outbuildings.
Sorry, Kelly has a
Sorry, one more question. What sort of liability does the county incur should there be some kind of fire that jumps from trailer to trailer?
On the trailers themselves?
yeah.
If there's we wouldn't have a liability.
Okay.
If it's from a trailer to a trailer.
Mm-hmm.
That's not our responsibility.
Unless we owned the trailers,
Right.
which we don't.
Right. How about if there's, a natural fire that starts, that moves to the units?
If it's a natural fire, it's not ours. It's like any wildfire.
Mhm.
One of the issues with some of these units is getting homeowners insurance. Some people can't get homeowners insurance.
Mhm.
So that's where the real risk will come into the individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm told if people have let insurance lapse and they try and get insurance again, then they can't get insurance. That's one of the issues that happens. Some people have had insurance all along and have kept it, and they still have insurance. It's one of the issues with aged buildings, people who've been there a long time, or people who've changed as the ownership changes.
Yeah. In terms of the fire mitigation, I know part of our plan is to make the spacing in the trailers wider, and if we need to do some, thin brush close to the buildings or those kind of things, we can do what we can to help make
Right.
it safer. Then that might make it possible that people could get insurance again.
Yes, most of that depends on the units. I don't know that the brush clearing would do a lot. It would make them safer, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But as far as being able to get insurance, I don't know that that's one of the issues. I mean, our long-term plan is to include a water tower. When we did the site visit, we talked about that and the water tower is really for fire suppression because there's no major supply of water that would have that much pressure that could put out a fire. So that's one of the things that we have in our long-term plan for the safety of the park. Would be a fire tower. It was kind of, the location was up on the hill behind the storage, kind of somewhere up in here.
Okay.
Okay, storage buildings. So that's this area here. This is the ranch house, and there's a workshop, but then there's just some storage back in here. And Hiram's got a plan to begin emptying those. It comes from, I don't know, how many years?
I've been trying to get
70
them
years
empty for 27 years, and they've been being filled up for 80, so.
So it's how to get that stuff, sorting out the metal, getting that to go to metal piles, what just gets hauled off. So that's the first. And then there's old barnwood, there's old beams. So one of our recommendations on that is that maybe we put out an RFP once it gets cleaned up, or not even an RFP, just an open proposal. Who wants to take down a building and take the wood? And maybe we can get it taken down. So that's one of our thoughts just with that, to begin that cleanup, because that's one of the areas that we identified as potential sites for some relocation of units, right in here. Not sure what we thought we could get in there, maybe 5? In this
Depends
area,
what they are.
right here, if it was still single wides, or tiny homes, might be an option in there. It's kind of what we talked about, but that size of thing, of unit.
So that building is definitely coming down. once
This
it
one
gets
back
cleaned up.
here.
Right, yeah.
This stretch.
If I may address it, they need to come down. I've been wanting to tear them out for years. I'm in the process of getting emptied out. The larger of the 2 barns you can see there that has the dog kennel on the one end of it. Got it pretty much trash out, everything, getting ready to pull things out of it. It'll be empty soon. The one to the right of it will be my next effort. And then the other buildings Phyllis pointed out to you, the shop area and that other little buildings there. If you could, that's the shop there. It has some major issues, and I need to talk to the county on that. I either gonna have to repair a roof and try limp it through, or it needs to come down. There's an old meat house and smokehouse stuff there where this weekend I have people coming in. We're gonna get that stuff cleaned out and get it so if the county decides they wanna tear it out, we can just start dropping stuff. But they do need to go. They're old, they're outdated, and they do have issues.
I was gonna say, before that happens, I'd be interested in seeing just some documentation with photographs or some history on it, so we know there was a smokehouse. Really, it's kind of interesting. There was a meat storage. What all went on here? It'd be nice to have that just for historic documentation.
Just
personal interest.
I'll toss out an idea. I was just in Kennecott, Alaska this summer. I had a tour of the butcher shop there. It was their packing house where they would butcher the meat and keep it in cold storage. It's historic, has historic designation in the old copper mining town of Kennecott, and some of this stuff might have historical significance. And maybe we want to preserve it and not tear it down, do a little restoration. So I think that should be looked at before deciding to tear something down.
Okay. We can research it.
It was to me, the stuff in Alaska I saw was incredibly interesting, and I'm really glad that it was preserved and not torn down.
Please don't preserve the barns, they're dangerous.
Some things don't, yeah.
I understand that fully, believe me.
So attrition of spaces. We know that some of the spaces are occupied by RVs. We're anticipating that one of the residents is going to be leaving this fall. I believe it's this mobile up here. This one down here is a storage mobile, so that space hasn't been used for quite a while.
Hasn't been used in 27 years.
And then the family made the decision that, based on the infrastructure, it was better to not have a unit there. So what do we do when the spaces become vacant? Right now, we've talked about grandfathering in the residents that are here now, as far as living there. They're there. This is how it works. But if we have new people come in, or folks we'll get to selling their units, how do we qualify people, new people that are coming into the park? One, should the spaces that are being vacated be filled at all? We know the infrastructure is limping along. We know that it needs to be repaired. So there is a benefit to leaving them vacant. There's also a benefit when we're dealing with spacing between. The fire department and actually the building department says you need 10 feet of space between units. Between some of the units, like if you look right here, I think there might be 4 feet of space between these two units. So if someone pulls out a unit, there's definitely a benefit to having the additional space created and the lack of, I'll call it, input into the infrastructure. So what are your thoughts on some of those pieces?
One more piece of that puzzle is that if we have a plan for the future and it involves somebody moving a new different unit into a space that ends up not being that space available in the future, we've created another cost for ourselves in terms of how do we deal with that situation when you move to the ultimate plan.
Right, good question,
Well,
Patty.
wouldn't you have a letter of move in at your own risk? They'd have to sign something that said if you want to move in here before we've determined the final use of this property. It might be determined in the future that your unit is not appropriate in that space and you will be responsible for moving it. You can, maybe that's something we can consult with the attorney's office. If somebody
It could be a month to month.
Well, that too, or, but you have to move at your own, you move it at your own risk.
Right.
The other thing is we're talking about the fact we're not meeting the financial needs on a monetary basis between the rents, what's being paid, and what's costing us to manage the park. So if we're losing spaces, we're just making that deficit greater. And I don't want to be losing spaces and then saying, oh, sorry to the rest of you who are living here, you're going to have to pay this much more every month because we chose not to fill 5 spaces, for example. So I think we need to take that into consideration. Kelly has a query on her face.
I do. Well, just to clarify, Patty, a little bit from what you're saying, are you suggesting that somebody who's not currently involved with the park moving in, or someone who's maybe currently in the park wanting to move into that space?
I'm saying if somebody vacates a space, like moves out their RV and we have an empty space, and somebody approaches us and says, I have an RV that will fit that space, I would like to move it in, and then somewhere down the line we say, sorry, but you're saying a month-to-month lease, we could say, we've determined that space is not appropriate for anybody to be living on, so down the line we may choose to just totally abandon that space. And then so they could move in knowing that 6 months or a year, they might have to move. They'd have to take that risk moving in. Second to that is my concern is, and a lot of these aren't movable, but people may choose to try and move them or whatever. We don't want to have a lot of empty spaces there in the next year or so while we're making up our minds, because we're already seeing that the income from rents per month is not meeting the demands of what it's costing to manage the property. So are we going to be digging that financial hole deeper? And those are things we need to think about. And if we're doing so, we're going to then ask the people who are living there to pay a little more to compensate for what we're losing in rents. So it's up to him, but I don't think we're taking public comment. Yeah, maybe not.
Steve?
Does that make sense, Kelly?
I think it's important to quickly come up with a plan for the correct spacing for the different units. We don't necessarily achieve it right away, but if someone does pull a trailer out for whatever reason and we need more space, the adjoining one is too close to the next one, maybe that's the time. Then you move move a trailer over, get the correct spacing on on what we decide is the best
Absolutely.
alignment for the different trailers. If
Kelly-
someone wants to move, maybe they want to still live in the trailer park, maybe they would get top priority to get one of the new spots up above the ditch or something like that too.
Well, and I wanted to address, Kelly, you brought up another point, which is if a space is vacated and somebody from the other side of the park wants to take a space, one of the things we found, someone replaced a unit and their unit is wider. And this happened quite a few years ago, but now the space between the units is really tight. So, and part of it is the width of old trailer units doesn't exist anymore. They're wider. So if someone replaced with a newer one, they're going to be 2 feet at least closer. So we have some of those issues. So if somebody wanted to move a unit in where the RV is, but there's already living in the unit, does that leave a better? How do we evaluate all of those? Which space is better to leave vacant issue? So I think there's those two questions. If it's vacant, can somebody move into a space? Or if it's vacant, do we just leave it according to kind of what you're saying, Steve? Can we create some kind of a template of what it should look like and then use that as part of our evaluation of, oh, you're not gonna, I don't know if I find one
Well, we
that's
need to
really
do that
close.
quickly if we're gonna do that.
George, has his hand up, sorry.
Did we ever decide whether you can move a pre-HUD unit into the same trailer park or not?
You can, I believe.
HUD has not answered me yet. I have that question out there. So one of the theories is if you're within the same property, you can move it.
They're all on.
Some of them that I have a lot of additions on, I don't know if they can be moved physically. Is there an option to move it? Yes, but could they physically be
Well,
moved?
those could
I
be
don't
any
know.
of them, regardless of which year.
So,
Well, there's some new ones.
That you still
I
might be
don't see opening up any spaces for new entrants into the park at this point until we really have a plan in place and how we're going to qualify people rather than just randomly helter-skelter move someone in. If we were going to use any of the spaces that may open up, I would see that going to the trailers that we have to relocate down on the Riverview. But then again, you've got some existing residents there, and to ask them to move, and then it may only be temporary, I think is going to cause all sorts of problems and heartaches. And it's easy to say that, well, you sign this, and in a year you may have to move, but the reality is when you have to try to evict someone from a spot, that can get really ugly, even though by legal right you have that ability to do that. So I would like to see a template, like Steve said. I'd like to see a plan in place, looking at the existing areas, knowing where we have to adjust for spacing, for safety, and then see how that lays out versus just putting people in on a short term. In terms of covering the costs, we address this later on. I think rents have to go up. We told the residents there after a year the rents would probably go up, and I think that's only reasonable. So,
If I could tie on to what George is saying, that I think what he said is reasonable, and we're not trying to do something unconscionable or unreasonable, but the rents here, as we know, have been quite low compared to virtually every other place in the valley and points 20, 30 miles farther down. I was going to suggest that if something were to vacate and there was a short-term opportunity for a motorhome to come in, for instance, that was easily movable, that's an easier thing than bringing in an actual mobile home, that would have to be put down and set and put on a foundation. As you said, there's an RV there. Maybe if something moves out and an RV could come in temporarily on a month-to-month basis, that may be one way to accommodate. I'm assuming there's a demand for RV parking in the valley, and you've probably been approached, and no doubt we would be if there was space available on a short-term basis. I could see doing that, but the thought of moving a new full mobile home in onto a space before we get this figured out doesn't seem like a good idea.
I agree with that, with one that could be moved. I just would like us to not have spaces that are sitting vacant when we're looking.
Right, and that may be a way, maybe, there may be RV
I think
parking
we've
that
got
could help
some
make up for
ways
that.
we can.
We had, I think, we had this issue a year or two ago where there was an existing RV in there, and it did not conform to code, and because it doesn't really allow RVs in there, and we just sort of let that slide by. But to encourage new RVs to coming in, we'd have to change our code.
Okay, so maybe.
And so do you want to change a code that would then allow RVs in that spot?
Let's double check on that.
Consider it.
We can double check, I think.
But that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but let's double check on that code.
Anyone else on? Okay, moving.
Well, I do have a thought. I just was down in I call it the KOA, where the ski company bought it. A friend of mine used to live in a mobile home there, which it's long gone. The ski company's brought all of these units that all look alike units. Some are some are 2-person, some are 3-person. They're tiny. They're all tiny homes.
Tiny homes.
And my son's actually renting one now on a short-term basis till the ski company employees come. But it was interesting seeing that. But they had gotten rid of, well, they still have an area with some mobile homes in it, but then one whole area of the park is completely the new ski company housing. And I was amazed at how many units they had moved in there. And we might even consider doing something like that, having some units that the county would buy that are easily moved, that we could move into a place temporarily, and then as we get more of the plan developed, they could be moved to another location.
Other conversation.
That's one of the, as I end up being the point person for a lot of people looking for housing, county employees looking for housing. So one of the things I look at when you're bringing up tiny homes, if the county bought something small and put it there, we could have a unit for a county employee. Just one of those, I'm always trying to solve that one, but I think it's the same kind of issue. I don't know that tiny homes meet our code requirement either.
We don't have a code
They probably
requirement for
don't.
tiny
I think
homes.
that's something that,
Yeah.
the same like an
There are-
RV.
yeah,
we'd
there
have
are
to
RVs.
discuss that.
So
If they're on a
would fit
trailer,
within.
they're technically RVs. If they're not on a trailer, they're technically tiny homes.
And again, I think the other part of the conversation, I think we started, I don't know if we've ever resolved it, is do we want to have this as permanent housing, or do we want to have this as temporary seasonal housing? KOA, that's seasonal housing. So do we want to have a community here, or do we want to have people coming and going?
Okay. And replacing units rolls right into that's kind of the continuation of this conversation that we're having. Kind of the two different areas. One, we have the Riverview side. So replacing anything there makes no sense since we have to move them. So we just wanted to kind of confirm that that's still the intent. We need to figure out what to do with those, and those should not be replaced. We do have people that maybe want to sell some of those units or want to leave those units on Riverview. So staff thought that maybe we should come back to the board with some kind of a plan on if someone wanted to leave there, how can we help facilitate that?
Leave the ones that we own or the ones that
The
they
ones
own?
that they own.
Riverside.
If it's for sale on the free market, or can they be for sale on the free market? That's how they've been sold now. And if someone wanted to sell in Riverview, it'd be kind of hard considering we're identifying them as not being able to be there. So what happens to the people that own there? How do we deal with that? We've seen a lot of mobile home parks try and solve easily how to move trailers out of an area, and I haven't seen a real easy solution yet.
Well, wouldn't that have to be disclosed in your purchase agreement with whoever you're buying it from, that you might not be here tomorrow, you might have to abandon your house you just
For sure.
purchased? So,
But
I
does
would,
the county have a role?
I don't know if we have a role in who lives in the house that's owned by somebody who purchases it, and when we're leasing the land, I don't know, how does that?
Well, I think we have a role if we're going to try to follow APSA guidelines.
Well, we haven't decided that yet either.
Well,
Another discussion coming up.
well, I mean, otherwise, it's just, if you don't have APSHA guidelines, then it's
Well,
no
you
longer.
could say that you have to purchase my house, you have to abide by the APSHA guidelines for purchase, but that doesn't solve the problem of you have to move out tomorrow. If we decide tomorrow's your date, you have to abandon your house, right? Yeah.
Right, but in terms of selling, having the ability to sell so again, Riverview, Riverside, can those units actually be sold and then be moved to Hillside if it's pre-HUD? And then if they can be sold, do they need to follow APSHA guidelines? So.
What's that?
And I think
Is
they
it just the houses? Are there some trailers that are owned down
It's the 6 trailer units that
But
are
there's
there.
a house
The
that's
cabins,
on
the
there
4
too.
cabins are above the floodplain.
there? Okay, so those can stay there? No, we don't know because
Well,
of septic.
except wouldn't have infrastructure.
Yeah.
We have other issues with that.
But as far as ownership of the cabins,
And we own 3 of the cabins. One of
One
the
is
cabin
owned
is
by
individually
an
owned.
individual.
These are all leased. They own the cabin, that they don't own the land beneath
Right.
it. Correct, all the way through. That,
Right.
we have to make sure everyone's clear on that. Anybody who's listening, is that we're talking about a leased mobile home that's on land that the county owns.
Correct. Well, even the cabin is leased on land that the county owns.
Okay, all right.
So how does it work now for any of the other trailer parks? If you want to sell your unit, you can sell it to anybody, or do you have to go?
They're all different.
You don't have to go through APSHA guidelines per se?
They're all
they're
different.
all
Smuggler has to go through some that are different, much different, because we came in so early in the system. Lazy Glen has to go through it, Aspen Village does, Woody Creek does, and I'm not sure what exactly their deed restrictions require them to do.
Some of them have a resident occupancy requirement, other ones might be in categories.
They're all 4 parks right now are all a little different.
Well, it's the same case with all
Everything
all
else,
the
yeah.
APSHA housing, and we're trying to get a consistent use of certainly as new APSHA housing comes online, that it's all consistent and everyone understands the same rules and under the same guidelines versus what's
So we
currently.
would have to look at, like, there's a thing in here to look at what the guidelines are for the existing 4 parks, and then pick a mesh or whichever one we feel is most appropriate.
We actually found a graduate student to do research on all the
Yes,
mobile home
we did
parks
find
and how
one.
they got created and how they're managed and how, so we can kind of pick and choose and learn something as we move forward with Phillips.
I was going to add to that if we can understand the actual history of ownership of those units on the riverside going forward, so we know if somebody bought one in the last 6 months thinking they were going to, that's different from if they've owned it for 40 years. I'm just not sure. It'd be nice to know what the makeup of that is. Kelly?
I guess this question about Riverview for me begs a little bit of how we ultimately handle the units that are over there. If we're, if we're not going to allow anyone to live over there, like how are we going to deal with the people who are living there and the categories that they fall into? So some which may have units that can be moved, maybe, and some which we know will never have a unit that can be moved. To say whether someone else should take on that, not opportunity, I guess, but that possibility, means that we either just say we don't have information to give you about what your future looks like if you're going to buy this unit. And I think that, that makes it really difficult for the person who is trying to sell, because there's sort of no certainty in the sale that they're trying, in the product they're trying to offer, because we are not giving any information about what that certainty might look like.
But yeah, in addition to that, though, the person who owns it now may not have an opportunity to. What are they going to do?
They may try to sell it and nobody.
Yeah,
right,
and they
nobody
may not be
buys
able to
it.
move it. Some of those are not movable. I don't know what age they are. They're just the structures that are there now, probably not movable. So those people are in a dire situation, which is what we're seeing across the country with people who live on mobile home parks that don't own their land, and then they have to move, and that's their asset. And I don't think the county's going to buy them out.
But none
buy
of
'em
these
down.
people are going to own their land.
Yeah, no, well, not now, but they may in the future. But right now, what do they do with an asset that can't be moved and they can't lease the land anymore? So whether they own it now or they own it tomorrow, everybody's in that same boat right now. At least the people owning it tomorrow would know that you might not be there very long. It's a
Right.
risk.
And
It's
I
not a
think
good risk, but
At this moment, the effort has just been to be transparent. Here's the information, here's the issues with Riverview and their public information. So it's not,
and then I would have to be clear if there's any transaction with who's leasing the property. This lease could go away. 6 months, we don't know.
You know,
This
I
is a
guess
tough one.
it is a tough one. You know, I think about like from where this project started, right? If this had been sold to a single landowner or two landowners to build big houses, you know, they would have said, "Thank you for living here, and you need to leave, and you need to figure it out." You know, and if you lose total value in your asset, that's not really our problem, right? And I guess is that the lens we're gonna take? I mean, are we gonna try to be a little more collaborative and finding that solution for this part of the property? You know, because their lives really are kind of in limbo, particularly in Riverview, as to what direction we are and aren't providing to help them make choices.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what would make sense is that if some of those Riverview units can't be sold, can't be moved, that we create some spaces on Hillside that we either sell or we rent. I mean, we could have some rental units there too, because frankly, not everyone may be able to afford any new construction units up there. So there may be an opportunity for rentals, long-term rentals, just like we see in the APSHA program, as well as ownership. But we would take care of those people one way or the other, to at least offer them an opportunity, since we have to relocate them. I mean, that's what I would like to see.
So you've got current renters who've been there meeting whatever, some criteria would be grandfathered in.
Yeah.
To get to a space on the other side when the time comes.
Yep.
Because
some of those trailers, frankly, if they're pre-HUD, I mean, even though that's their living space home, they're probably not worth anything, right? They're probably
No,
just.
they're still assessed value with Pickens County Assessor's Office, trust
Yeah,
me.
well, yeah, but it's,
They
but in
depreciate
1950,
it pretty-
1960, I mean,
Right.
I mean, there's homes near me that are not worth anything when it gets appraised. Basically, it's the land that's being appraised, not the structure.
Right.
But still paying prices on
I
those.
wanted to add to the grandfathering thing, just as long as we have a very clear conversation, maybe now's the time to have it, but if somebody's grandfathered in, what does that mean? If you rented from the Phillips a month before we made the purchase, are you grandfathered? Or if you're a temporary summer seasonal resident, if, you know, a fly fisherman who comes up, and, you know, what is our criteria for people who are grandfathered? What does it really mean? And are we going to be, you know, articulating what that means?
I think we look at the history of the other parks and how we grandfathered those people in, because Smuggler had employee housing units that were owned by La Cocina owned a place, and they were grandfathered in. We just not too long ago had the last one that was still owned by Aspen Square, and that was grandfathered in, and people who were second homeowners or people who were seasonal were all grandfathered in at the time of the closing and the subdivision, I think, of the property. But that's something to check. So I don't know what we did at Aspen Village, because that would pertain to this, and I think that's when it comes in that you're grandfathered in. So that history will show us that too. That's something we should ask for.
Right.
So we do have some local examples tonight that have this similar sort of situation.
That'll be helpful.
What's next? Or
I-
how to continue this?
I mean, I guess in terms of, you know, this individual is trying to sell their unit in, you know, in Riverview. I mean, I'd like us to try and support that this person can move forward with their life, you know, and I guess try to sell it. I don't know if that, for me, begs the question of, do we require that they're APSHA qualified, and that if they buy it with the understanding that who knows what is gonna happen? That, you know, we're trying to work with everybody living there, and that would include them for what the future of the
Then we'd have to
property looks like.
determine what we mean by APSHA qualified.
And if they're trying to sell
RO,
it, what does that mean? Are they leaving the valley, or are they trying to move across the river? What does it mean?
How we've used that when you haven't done the determination ahead of time about what category a property is we've used the household income and related that to a category. And
So they
that
have
way
to
that gives you
qualify
some
for that.
flexibility.
And then
you may have
makes sense.
for example, you could have a tiered kind of rental based on income in category.
Until such time as we make a
A determination, whatever we're doing. Yeah.
Part of a transition plan.
I don't know why someone would buy a unit in Riverside knowing that they're gonna have to move, relocate, and not sure when and where they're gonna be relocated to.
or if their house would be.
Right, I mean, maybe someone is so desperate for housing.
And that
would
may
buy
be
it.
the case, but I think we at least need to tell the seller, like, go try it, you know, or we're telling them, or you're just gonna forfeit, you know, what you own and figure it out.
Yeah, unless the trailer's movable, and then it can be moved to
And you have to have a place to move it.
another park
No, there aren't even parks in the valley that,
that have spaces.
yeah.
My recollection is that there's 1 or 2 units on Riverview that are manufactured homes, and the rest are trailers there.
There's the
mobile homes.
cabins, manufactured homes, and
Yeah, I'm thinking there's 2 that are manufactured homes. I don't remember which 2.
So in theory, at least those could be movable depending upon the level of modifications that have been made to them.
And maybe
Exactly.
that's staff doing some research on, and maybe we figure out evaluation, or at least a cursory evaluation. What can be moved? What are the values of the ones? Looking at the assessor's records and seeing what the value is of what's there, just to get an idea, and maybe we can come back with some other thoughts for continued
because
conversation.
they'd be paying personal property tax.
Some, except for the RVs.
Well, yeah.
'Cause
But I mean, on this side.
Yeah, I think they're all on the assessors.
For mobile home.
Yeah.
But the RVs are captured through specific ownership.
And motor vehicle.
Yeah.
So they're not on the list.
I still have a motor vehicle tag on my front of my trailer.
In case you're gonna take it with you when you
I
go
guess
on
I decide, I can only move it a block away, because there's no place else I can move it.
So we kind of touched on this. The next one's rent. So it's about $20,000. It may be a little more. I'm trying to guess where we're at. Last year we were 12,500 difference of what the expenses were. Last year was beginning in March. So it's about 20,000. I think when I calculated it was every $25 increase in rent produces $10,000. So a $50 increase in rent could balance this. But at the same time, there's some people that have lived there a really long time that are on very fixed incomes, and $50 a month I think would be might be a hardship. Not for all, but for some. So when we talk about should this be APSHA yet or not, it's not. We're grandfathering in folks, so we're not sure where that fits, but it fits into the future. How do should the cabins be rented differently? Should storage create additional funds for us? I think it's later in my list, but additional storage. Storage is now $25 a space. And we have a request from one of the residents for more spaces, and he's more than happy to pay $25 extra a month. Is that the right dollar amount? Should that be different? Should we raise that and eliminate maybe some of the storage? So I should give you the storage. So the storage is all out here. That's your storage area. And when we walked it, it's also a potential space. It doesn't have infrastructure right now. It was part of the plan years and years ago, I do believe. So there's extra what looks like spaces up there, but doesn't have infrastructure. So as we look at creating, one of our next things was we talked about the, no, it's down here, doing an infrastructure's wastewater treatment plant down in here. You know, this would be an easy shot if we did do just some extra units in an area that has storage. Again, we'll deal with coming up with a plat for what this should look like and begin the planning of it. But I think there's some of the transition. I'm just looking at the mountains. We're going to have that view again soon.
Depressing.
That we're going to need a transition plan on how to, once we get a wastewater plant, when does that come? How do we move units? How do we create spacing? I feel like it's that little puzzle that you used to have with the numbers that you moved around in the boxes and which one went in what order. Because that's what we have to figure out here. What order do things happen and how do we do it in a way that's the least impactful to the people that live there, make the most improvements, and get us to what our vision is for the future.
If I could just add to that, it sounds as if you need a short-term plan and then a near-term plan and then the long-term plan. All short-term plans and implementable as soon as possible, with the idea of creating a sense of security among the residents, so they don't feel as if the rug's being yanked out from under them. And then as the near-term changes, like the equipment storage, you know, the rental, space rental, there's a lot of space up there taken up by relatively few implements. So I don't know how this storage thing works, but it could certainly be densified and consolidated and cleaned up if it remained, and it's probably a short-term thing. Short-term, maybe it stays the way it is for now, but near-term, it's probably going to change, and long-term, I hope it changes. It sounds like we've got clearly the multi-phase plan, and so when we start talking about this, it's easy to switch from short-term to long-term and lose the conversation. It's a complicated puzzle, as you say.
And the current work plan is by December to bring you back that longer term, and then work backwards towards the short term so that the infrastructure is anticipating that ultimate plan, even if it takes years or decades or whatever, that we're putting in the infrastructure in the places that are going to serve that over the long term.
That makes sense.
Well, storage in mobile home parks is a luxury, to have a place to put your RV or your boat or your extra car. And I agree with Greg. We don't want to say you guys got to move all your stuff out of here because where do you take it in this valley? But I think it should be tied to ownership. I don't want somebody allowing their friend who owns a business to store their business vehicles there. And we need to be very clear that it's for people who live in Phillips Trailer Court.
Okay.
Phillips, wait, I'm not. The other thing is I don't have a problem increasing if we see that. In your memo, you said you wanted to do a economic, staff will study economic, income and expenses. That might not be easy information to get from the homeowners at this time, but I think we should try as far as increasing the rents. I know $50 sounds like a lot for fixed income, $50 a month. My homeowners association just, had a huge impact to us. We have a lot of people on fixed incomes for our monthly assessment because we needed to create a capital expense fund, a bigger one, put more money back into it. And it was a hard hit for people, so I think we need to take that into consideration. But I think, I think most could afford another $50, we're hoping. In other words, we've done a lot to preserve this, and we have to make sure that we can move it forward and pay for the expenses we need to be paying for.
And if we did it incrementally, $50 would kind of balance us out. We're not sure. And if we did it effective January 1st, which would give people a lot of time to
plan around it,
plan for that, and then look at it again and see where we're at as we go through. But when we were talking about income, it would almost be, do we do a $75 a month increase and then?
Oh, you weren't talking about the income of the homeowners?
Yeah, have if somebody wanted to not pay that, then we
appeal
would get
it?
income, yeah, then we would get income information, do something like that. So I think we'll come back and try and get
I
some
don't
information.
mind having an appeal process.
George?
Yeah, two things. I don't see expanding storage space at all, because that's just creating another problem in terms of trying to figure out the future layout. And I don't have any problem with maintaining the existing storage that's there, but we should look at some competitive rates in the valley. $25 a month is unbelievable, just like the rents are unbelievable, frankly. And so if people want to store there in the short term before we have a long-term plan, it should be somewhat competitive. We don't have to be right at the top of the market, but we should have a better idea in terms of if they had to move, what they would be paying. In terms of the rentals for the units, I really like the idea of a sliding rental scale to try to address those that are on a fixed income that have been there a long time versus those that have very good jobs, frankly, in the six figures. Why would they be paying the same amount? So sort of a hybrid in the short term, looking at APSHA guidelines, but a sliding scale. And they'd have to the residents would be responsible for showing what their income is. If it's a fixed income, if it's a salary, their W-2s, their Social Security. I mean, people have that information, and it's going to be incumbent upon them to provide that to us to try to adjust the sliding scale, because the other option is just raise everybody's rent $200 a month, right? So we don't want to do that. So as an alternative, I would like to see us have
Based
that.
on as much information as
Yeah.
we can get.
And it's, right.
Okay. Moving on. Yeah, there was only 10 items, but I think they're all the tough ones, which is why we're bringing them to you. Leave of absence, we have folks that want to leave, rent their place, or rolls right into subletting and renting to roommates. They're all kind of related, the next three. Leave of absence would be somebody wants to just leave, they own it, they rent it. Who do they rent it to? Now we're again talking about new people living there. Do they have to qualify? How does that happen? They're not really grandfathered in. What rent is being charged to somebody? We don't have any idea what those are. And we thought with subleasing that maybe it was a request in writing comes or something like that. And just wanted to get your thoughts. We threw that out as an idea, but somebody maybe needs to go and take care of an elderly family member for a year and want to rent their place.
APSHA has guidelines for that and for.
Right.
So,
Right.
So,
yeah.
But the rent, like for APSHA, the rent is set on what the category is for the unit. So this would be another situation where you might ask for their income information to understand what a comparable APSHA rent might be that they could request.
That it's smuggler, you can't, well, I think in general, you can't rent it for more than you're paying for what your mortgage is and this would be your land lease.
Mm-hmm.
So.
The recommendation-
In other words, you can't be doing it to make money.
Right.
The recommendation here was just to mirror the APSHA without going through APSHA, but use the same process.
And bring it back so we can see it, and maybe if we need to tweak it a little, we can.
The thing is that I was just, the thought that popped into my head on this was, say a resident wishes to leave for a year, they want to rent their unit out. We can certainly look for somebody who's qualified through an APSHA type guideline, but we're basically going to be subsidizing this new tenant to a huge degree, as we're going to be for everyone there. Does that make sense? If a new tenant's coming in, they know they're only going to be there a year, can they pay something closer to the reality of the situation? Is the question I want to ask, and it's a complicated one. I'm not sure where I am on it yet, but I kind of want to think, well, wow, here's a possibility to rent. Is it closer to a market rate or something between market rate and this sweetheart rent deal? You know, just because they're subletting, does this new person get the sweetheart deal? They may have only been here 2 weeks and they just hit town and they get lucky and find the place. Are we okay with that? I'm having a little trouble. That's a question.
But the rental money wouldn't come to us anyway. It would go to the owner of the unit.
except
We're
for-
just saying what's a fair.
Well, so then maybe our rental rate changes. If somebody's leaving, do we want to raise our space rent to be commensurate with the actual, something closer to the cost of ownership?
I think I'd rather just ensure that that person was an employee of the within Picken
Would
County.
certainly serve our
That
purposes
would be a bigger thing to me than
So we're gonna
increasing
control
the
the
lease rate and going through that headache. They would have to show that they are employed during their rental time frame within Picken County.
I would just use APSA guidelines.
Yeah.
So we're going to use APSA guidelines, but who's going to actually be doing the,
Phyllis?
yeah, Phyllis and Hiram will figure this out?
Well,
There'll be too many of these,
I don't
right?
think I don't think we're looking at a lot of people.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of people, so maybe it's not such a
It
big.
may be a handful at the most.
She's gonna
so.
get really good at it.
Great.
I'm gonna get good at it.
And
And it rolls right into subletting. Least currently doesn't allow for subletting. Same
And
kind of.
I don't think APSA allows you to sublet.
I would just,
Let's say-
straight across the board, I would just stay with APSA guidelines.
Okay.
I mean, why would we do something different?
What does APSA do for roommates?
That's the next one.
You can-
So
I'm reading your list in front of me.
You can rent to a roommate.
But you can't rent.
According
for-
to, again, it
Let's
can only
see.
be half of or a third
Right.
of, depending on, like, if you're renting a 1 bedroom or 3 bedroom of the amount that,
So kind of follow
of
that
your
same
category
thing.
that's set by OPSHA.
So we'll look at APSHA for roommate. And same thing, they'd need to be employees and need to be
I think the
qualified
employee
and
thing is
all that.
critical. That's why we're preserving this, is
Yeah.
because it's a sense of community of employees within
Well,
Picken
well,
County.
this is a change for the people that have been living in there who've been in free market housing.
Right.
So now this is some control that is
Well, it's-
different.
It's gonna be tough, but it's either that or they didn't have anything. The houses were,
I just want to
free
revisit
market.
subletting a little bit. Is that including like short-term rental?
How are
APSA
we
doesn't let
going
you do
to,
No.
and then maybe it's APSA guidelines again, but you can have somebody who's writing a check for $150 or $200, whatever the room rent is per month, and then dropping another $200 in cash on the, in order to get in. Are we going to be able to police that, and are we going to anticipate this happening?
unless you wanna stand there and have the transaction.
Well, right, so it becomes very complicated, and you can kind of expect a black market to emerge.
If I may comment on that, that black market exists and really does. We allowed caretakers to go and take care of place, and we allowed the homeowner to rent at fair market, the rental. Plus, we allowed them to make a little extra so they could put it away in case appliances broke down, so they had the money to respond to it. Well, the black market came in and found out later they were charging people $1,700 a month and everything else, but they were letting us only see that they was getting $350 a month rent. So it does happen, and you definitely need something in place for that, because they will take advantage of it big time.
I don't know how you do that,
Thank you for
so.
sharing that.
It happens in the APSHA program too.
I know, I was gonna say,
It does, it certainly does, so. it's-
happening in my neighborhood as we speak.
Well, right, so as we're subsidizing a very expensive proposition here, I think, I don't have the answer, but
Yeah.
it's
No, we don't.
worthy of the conversation.
Yeah, well, it's a short-term problem, hopefully, and then once we look at the long-term solution, hopefully that will get resolved, especially if the long-term goal is to get the county out of the ownership and put it into some sort of ownership for the residents.
There you go.
I think we've been pretty clear that that's our end
That's our end
vision.
goal.
So we talked about the sale of units. That was the last one on this, and I think we covered that, so I think we got them all covered.
You think
We
you're-
have some more work to do and another conversation that you all are gonna get to talk about this
Are you leaving with
again.
more questions than answers?
Well, I think we have some on the APSHA guidelines and kind of writing it out so we can give you what it looks like when we do that kind of application. I think storage, I think we can look at it as far as what spaces are up there and how they're being used and whether it can be cleaned up and how many, and get an idea of how many count them, like how many storage spaces do we have, would probably be a good start, and working from there.
And you're gonna check the market rates for
And we'll
storage?
get market rate and see if that, come up with a
We can
rental
go to
increase
George
and
first.
maybe how to make that happen and how much it should be.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see if possible that we have something in place by the first of the year. So you're starting a new year, and you've got a new rental schedule, and you've got some new rules in place for the existing residents. So is that doable, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's doable.
As long as we're operating off of APSHA, and that's the most important part that I think we heard from you, we aren't trying to invent some new system, then we just rely on their 30, 40, 50 years of experience and cut and paste and say, drop this into the lease, and then we have something that we can refer to.
And let us review it, so once you get that information, so we can actually see, because there may be some things that we may want to have input on. I would also like to just run it, open it out, throw it out there, any kind of appeal process for somebody who might have a property that we can be pretty sure isn't going to move, just in case there's issues that come up, that people have special circumstances. I believe that people elect us to hear issues, and I think there's lots of times when an appeal process is more than appropriate.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Okay. I think we're ready to move on to our, and thanks for
Howard,
coming.
thank you.
Can I just mention a couple of things that I did want to bring up? When you folks are talking about the monies for storage, I've been looking into that. In a lot of storage areas, anywhere from $50 to $100 to $125 a month. And most people that I've had paying me storage in the area really wouldn't care if it was $50, $60 a month. So that is something that could definitely bring in another income. And most of the renters that I have that I've been talking to about rent increases, believe it or not, $50 a month wouldn't upset them too much. They would probably be very happy over that, because they've been hearing horror stories about people buy a trailer court and then all of a sudden goes from $350 a month to $1,000 a month. $50 they'd be very happy with. And then the only other thing I wanted to bring up is I know pretty much they don't want the trailers on the Riverview side of the coordinate. And they keep referring to this flood plan and everything. And this has been a great year to prove the flood plan theory, but it never happened. And so I want to just ask that maybe you really think hard about, before we get too carried away and moving them people, maybe let it go as attrition, maybe let it go slower, but don't get in a mad rush to just get them out of there and that.
Well, I think John's going to speak on
Yeah,
FEMA.
the issue isn't just the floodplain is one issue. Obviously, the cost of infrastructure to support those units is
I know that,
probably the
but,
bigger issue. Yeah.
Good point. Thanks for
I would
bringing
just
that up.
like to ask that. I'm still pulling for my people.
I know, we appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Hiram.
Hiram.
We appreciate that.
And one thing we'll also start working on is looking for funding. Because those floodplain maps were adopted, I understand there's some funding for people to be removed out of floodplain areas, that there's funding available. Chaffa has money that's available to replace trailers. We're going to look at all those. So as we try and create plans, there may be some options for people that we can help facilitate.
And there's also a 10% decrease in your floodplain insurance.
Really?
If FEMA mapping is adopted by your local jurisdiction. And
As John, piggybacking on John, I mean, the floodplain is one of several issues over there.
Well, then you got the infrastructure.
Property, we don't own the property, and we don't have a real way to get the infrastructure there at a reasonable cost per unit. So we talk about the floodplain the most, but even if we solve that, we're right back where we were.
I'm not saying we're going to be able to solve it. I don't think FEMA's going to be rushing back here to. But just on another note, there will be the national article coming out with the Associated Press about the demise of mobile home parks around the country. I was supposed to start airing yesterday. I haven't seen anything yet, but it'll be coming out through the Colorado Sun website. And then the AP might be picking it up on a national level. So I'll try and let you guys know.
Cool.
Because Phillips was part of the
I
conversation.
sat through an interview with them. It was rather entertaining.
Yeah, I referred them to you.
All right, thank you
Thanks for
all.
coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your hard work on this.
Thank you, Phyllis and Bob.
We are trying to keep up here. We're at prep for a joint meeting with the town of Snowmass Village.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. So I actually have lost the date when our joint meeting is, but it's
September
coming up.
19th.
Thank you,
is what I have.
September 19th. I appreciate that. We have our joint meeting coming up. There are a couple of topics that I think we'd like to suggest, and then just have a little bit of time for the board to discuss if there are other updates or topics that you'd like for the joint meeting. As was mentioned during the Human Services update, we'd like to bring our aging well plan that was brought forward. Chad brought that forward to you as we have our joint meetings with the municipalities to get their feedback on that plan prior to, final adoption and to see what their level of support is. Greg and I were also invited to a meeting by the mayor of Snowmass and town manager of Snowmass because they had an interest in looking at continuing care communities, and I think they'd like to piggyback that conversation. About are there possibilities for that onto the aging well plan. We're in touch right now with Eagle County. They did a project just to kind of see what the nature of that project and the partnerships were. Nobody has any ideas specifically right now or specific proposals. I think it's identified as a potential need, and they're looking to have those types of conversations with potential partners. So I suspect that will be an ask on their end, piggybacked on the aging well.
Are they gonna offer some land in Snowmass for this?
Well, that is the real challenge, right? Is
Yeah, we've been
the
talking about it for
where,
years.
the how, the operation. So, like I said, there's no specific proposal and I don't think a specific ask at this point. It's more about starting the dialogue. So those would be, I think, the aging well plan would be an ask from at least Pickens County staff to have on that agenda. And I think it'd be piggybacked with the CCRC.
So you're gonna say combine
conversation.
them both in our joint meeting, not you and Greg meet separately and then have to bring it back to us individually?
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, that makes better sense.
Yeah, we already had that conversation.
Okay.
We suggested that if we have a joint meeting coming up where we'd be talking about the aging well, that'd be an appropriate time.
Makes
maybe
better
to-
sense.
Got it. And then what else do you think, foresee on that one?
There's a couple other items. I suspect housing would probably come up. It might be interesting for you. Snowmass is doing quite a bit again with housing projects. It might be interesting for you guys to hear what they're doing. I suspect they will also want an update on where we're at with the airport project.
Can we give them an update on the state of Brush Creek Road? Just, yeah, with the.
It's a 2-lane and will always be a 2-lane, and that's the update.
It's getting heavily, and will continue to be heavily degraded by the growth of Snowmass Village.
Construction.
Just as long as they're aware of that.
Begging that question a little bit, we've given direction to our ComDev staff to kind of figure out, come back to us with ideas on how we might convene a conversation about growth in the valley, and I would like to find out if Snowmass is interested in being part of that conversation. I would hope they would be.
Support that.
Did we ask Aspen?
Not yet.
We will.
We don't have a
Brush
joint
Creek?
meeting with them.
I mean,
I think now is probably a good time, now that some of their staff leadership, they've selected their new city manager and such, and we wanted to make sure we weren't in the middle of a transition.
The salt
there.
too? We should bring them all in, I think.
Just keep heading west.
If we could get Eagle County and then Garfield.
Any other items from the board?
For Snowmass?
Does that sound like a reasonable?
I would ask them about climate change initiative. What are their goals? What are their strategies for what they're doing?
And they do have quite a bit
Yeah.
that they're working on there too.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. That ought to fill the hour.
We don't know
It's
where we're
to-
going yet, though, right?
They're working on that.
Okay, should we move on to future agendas?
Only future agenda request I have right now is we did receive a request. It came through Glenwood Springs. My understanding it is from both Garfield County and Glenwood Springs to consider a resolution in opposition to the proposed mine. That is down there. I can pull it up real quick, but the fundamental issue that we would be interested in, and that would probably drive a resolution outside of supporting two neighboring entities, is that enforcement of a special use permit issued by Garfield County is being challenged by the mining company in courts right now, and it would just be making a statement really about county authority to issue and enforce special use permits. So that's
Related
that's
to
the
mining
issue
or
in
special
case.
use permits in general, or related to mining because of the Colorado Mining Act?
In this case, it's probably related to the extractive industries in
Specific.
particular. But I think they're looking just for some support from neighboring communities. I think our interest is twofold. One is in that County Powers Act, but our County Powers piece. And also you've got a potential major impact on what is an entrance to our valley. So
And air quality?
I just wanted to get a sense of if the board would be supportive of placing on a future agenda a resolution to that effect.
Garfield County is asking for this?
It came through Glenwood Springs. My understanding it is from both. I'm confirming that.
Oh, okay.
Can we get a bullet point sheet so we can understand it? I mean, I know some
Yes.
about it, but not a lot. I know Harris Sherman is representing the opposition in this, the local people for this, so, but I'm sure there's two sides to the story.
Did Garfield County, I keep on hearing mixed reports, did Garfield County ever sent Scott Tipton a letter saying that they were not opposed to permanent withdrawal
I
of
haven't
new
seen it.
oil and gas leasing in the Thompson Divide?
I don't know if they've sent him a letter, but I believe that's their sentiment now, and I think he understands that, but that's worth
We
clarifying.
need to have something that confirms that.
I'd like to see that. I mean, I'm happy to support Garfield County in their efforts to control mining, and I would like to see them reciprocate and support our effort in terms of a permanent withdrawal. So
Agreed with that.
Yeah, because I
think
never
that
even read it in the paper.
It shouldn't be a difficult ask for them, but we'll see.
And the
Right.
request is also coming through Glenwood Springs, but understood.
Glenwood Springs is fine, but because they have supported the permanent withdrawal of
Maybe Kara has the
Thompson
answer to this.
Divide.
Sure heard the word Tipton and she came right down.
You heard letter.
That's all I have for it. So it sounds like
I have an
there
open
would be
agenda item.
interest.
I
It
mean, I
sounds
have an
like maybe
agenda
we
item.
should do a quick work session prior.
If I could, I think I brought it up before, but I wanted to try and put it on the calendar if we could. Just regarding, we had Kathy here today talking about something else with bears. I know she's part of it.
She actually is it?
Well, just the bears at the landfill.
No, but the
is a
ordinance
question.
lies in the hand, our trash ordinance lies in, our bear ordinance lies in the hands of the landfill. I didn't know that until recently.
Okay, so.
Craig, the only thing I was wondering about that is that something that would be better for a joint meeting with the Aspen City Council
We
and
talked about
us?
making that a joint meeting?
It sounded like it sounded like the recommendations may have a lot to do with the city, and I'd just be concerned that you guys have a presentation, then put in a posture of lobbying the city versus hearing the information together. and
When
having
is
a
our next joint
conversation.
meeting with the city? Do we have a?
We're working on that. It looks like it's going to be November 7th, that Thursday.
Thursday
of
after
election
election
week.
day.
Yeah.
But we do have a joint meeting with Snowmass coming up. I mean, they could be
That
part
could
of that
do it then.
conversation as well, right?
Right, that's.
Yeah,
gonna be-
They don't have any beer problems at the Snowmass? No, no beer problems.
They actually had
They
bigger problems.
actually have a different, in all seriousness, when I say no, In terms of the trash collection and such, it's a different system in Snowmass where homeowners bring the trash into what are really bear-proof kind of enclosures now. So you don't have the same profile of individual homeowners having containers that may or may not be bear-proof. So they actually, in all seriousness, do not have the same level.
But they have an ordinance.
How about restaurants?
They solved the problem.
How about restaurants?
I think they are, I will double check, but.
I mean, that'd be sort of an interesting,
Yeah.
quick
I'd love to hear
update conversation with our joint meeting, as long as
See
we're.
if they have an ordinance.
Yeah.
Because I thought they adopted it, actually, I think it came from them to us into the city, our trash ordinance.
If Snowmass
From
has
Snowmass.
figured this out
Years
by
ago.
building dumpster sheds and people taking their trash to a central location on their block or whatever, that's a solution that maybe the city of Aspen and other areas could.
It's a, yeah,
benefit
it's a
from.
much bigger discussion, obviously, in
Yeah.
terms of Snowmass is doing all of their own collection. And so it's a big market shift, it's a big infrastructure shift, and they're able to build a lot of their commercial infrastructure around those types of appropriate enclosures versus older kind of layout like we have here in Aspen and
I would just
frankly
like-
that
yeah.
we have in some of our rural areas.
And where are
Yeah.
people storing it before they take it to their dumpsters?
But it's a solution that seems to be working. I'm gonna.
Everybody has a
I'm gonna
garage in
assume.
Snowmass.
I just wanted to put in, about 20 years ago when I was living in town in La Court, which is employee housing on the southeast side of town, we were having a bear problem. The bears were hitting everybody's trash because they left them out on their decks. So I built a dumpster shed, which is there. It's the only structure I've ever built in Aspen.
And the bears couldn't get in it?
Dumpster
Was it
shed
permitted,
it's a,
Greg? Was it-
Totally. Actually, Claude Salter actually wrote the permit for it. I remember that, having to go talk to Claude about it back then. And that dumpster shed still functions to this day, and I don't think they have a bear problem at La Court. Fingers crossed. So maybe that's a solution that the city, no doubt, has considered it, but the reason being, there's an opportunity just to bring back the bear researcher who did the big study here 10 years ago is willing to come back
Well, that'd
and was
be a huge
asking about dates. If we're going to put this on an agenda, I'd love to be able to let her know, and then perhaps she can come back. And,
That would be a big discussion if we have a speaker coming in.
and it's formal, informal. The other thing was, I was going to bring it up for a future discussion. There was this, I didn't hear about it, maybe this is going to go through open space first, but we know the North Star Master Plan is going to be reviewed next year, but there was talk about doing that sooner.
Is this open discussion or agendas?
I'm thinking, well, I was going to try to put it on a future agenda so we don't miss it, push it back, so.
Oh.
That may have been appropriate to bring up during the joint meeting. I
No
know we
doubt.
ran out of time. Open Space and Trails has a pretty aggressive work plan right now, and one of the agreements that was made when we did our reorganization with Open Space and Trails and the boards, and I think that may have happened just prior to you coming on, Greg, was to really try and identify the work plans and stick to those as much as possible. I do think a lot of the pressures that are being felt on North Star right now are probably going to be dropping off a little bit as the seasons
winter
change.
comes, right.
Yeah. And it is a pretty significant effort to go through these planning processes to gather all of the public input and do the public engagement properly so that you hear all the different concerns and such. And
Right.
so I have not heard that that is necessarily being accelerated, certainly into this year at this point. But we can check
inquire
with
about
staff.
it. We don't have to
Yeah.
put it on an agenda yet. I get that. Thank you. Maybe just the inquiry, because I thought I heard that. I didn't. from
I
someone.
will double check. It has not come to me, but Phyllis has actually overtaken some of those.
It would be nice not to go through another summer like this summer before we actually
They're
start
opening
doing
the
something.
discussion with the East of Aspen caucus tonight.
Tonight,
Yeah.
right.
So
yeah.
I know they're going to start doing some engagement activities, but I don't think that the timeline has been moved significantly at this point.
Got it.
We're not going to see it this year.
No, we'll see it next year, but they're opening up conversations earlier than planned.
Okay, that's, I think that's, I had, everything else I have is open discussion.
I have one thing.
Go ahead.
Going back to future agendas, on page 47, under October 9th, we start the meeting off with granting 2019 rural area residential before we do public comment. So that just needs to be deleted.
Oh, okay, well,
Needs to be cleaned up, because, and there was also something for tomorrow that I didn't catch until today, so I'll address that tomorrow. They forgot to put when the public hearing and second readings are, they forgot to include the date.
Oh,
But I will take care of that tomorrow when I,
thank you.
because I posted it on top of everything.
Okay, we're gonna move on to open discussion.
Yeah, well, since we have Kara here, why don't we
Start with the letter.
start there? You should have a letter in front of you to
Come on up.
Where do
Scott
we
Tippett.
sign?
And then we've got one other. All right, this one has not gone yet. There was a conversation about whether it was going to be signed by Greg or all 5 of you. I think it was all 5 of you, so we wanted to be sure you had a chance to get eyes on it.
Yeah, and the letter's well done, thank you.
Patty likes it. Okay, I read it and approved last week when I first saw it. Are you okay with this?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Even though we didn't use the word snub.
I tried to work it in, but I know.
Extreme
I found
frustration.
some other words that were similar.
Extreme frustration is in the
Especially
first line, and that sets the tone, honestly, so. And I,
We're trying to demonstrate what professionalism looks like here for Pickens County.
So we don't get snubbed in the
Snub
future.
doesn't put in the, yeah.
And then do you have the other letter?
My guess is we're gonna be snubbed until
What's the other one?
after the next election.
So while we're handing, why don't I hand it out and you?
Do you have
lay it
copies?
out?
I don't have the copies.
Do you have the,
What is it?
Oh, okay.
now can we pass this around and sign it now and to get, it's dated today?
We need a formal
We need
letter.
the original.
Oh, we should put it on formal letterhead.
You can do
Oh,
it
okay.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay, so that'll happen tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have
thank
it
you.
for you guys.
Let me get copies
What
of
is
this.
the other
I'm
one
sorry.
about?
Sorry.
Can I bring up another point then while Kara's here?
Please.
Okay. So, as you all may remember, part of the dying of the family legislation from this last term was they set up a research committee to get together and discuss, what future legislation might look like. And so that committee is undertaking its work. Kara forwarded to me some updated information where they're soliciting public comment.
On what future legislation?
So the family bill was about paid
Oh,
family leave.
The family leave.
And, it took a lot of renditions throughout the session and then ultimately piece of legislation didn't go through. What went through was the creation of a committee to look at this and come back to the legislature with recommendations. And so that's what that work looks like right now. And I would like for us to submit public comment in the public comment period. So I just wanted to circle back with you and see if Kara might have some availability to put together a letter, and I'll work with you on that.
Yeah.
To come back to you before the 27th, which is when that public comment
Yeah.
closes.
I think so, sure.
Great.
As long as she has the information generated by this committee to study, something to be studied again, so we can study it.
Because you like studying?
I don't like studying. I like doing.
My bigger
getting
issue
good
is
things
styrofoam.
fast.
Have we heard anything more about styrofoam?
I could not. I probably, but I don't know.
I wrote all over.
Oh. So I can work on preparing some comments and have that for you guys. It's due on the 27th,
Yeah.
right? So I can have it for you guys next week to review. And what John is making copies of, I know, so Pickens County is members of Colorado Colorado Communications Utility Alliance. So they're doing a lot with broadband and 5G rollout, and that's where we've gotten a lot of our information. And what has been coming out is there are some form letters that are going across the state to elected officials about the health concerns of 5G. And so what we just wanted to share with you all is there's two different elements with 5G I want to make sure that you guys were all aware of, and this is where it's getting complicated, is the 5G regulation changes that Pickens County approved a couple months ago is that the FCC has limited the control of where we can place the towers. And so that is where there's some confusion of where counties and local jurisdictions actually have control. It's really just in the design standards of placement of the towers. The new, I believe Greg might have gotten one of these letters. I'm not sure if anyone else, but there's form letters then about the health concern impacts about 5G.
We've been seeing a lot of it.
And I know a lot of you have been seeing, and the board has been concerned about those as well. And we have a letter from the CCUA that actually talks about how we actually have no control over the health impacts of 5G, and that is, again, an FCC discretion. It is not a state level or even local level control. And so John is printing some letter that was shared by CCUA and the memo from their legal counsel about what the actual form letter might look like if you were to respond about how we have no control as local elected officials about the health impacts of 5G.
And who do we send that to?
It's coming just generically, but if you're getting information from various constituents, it can be kind of, this is where we have control and where we
It's
don't
for
have control.
our use, our
Yeah,
knowledge.
yeah. Sorry. It's okay.
There have been a lot of constituents expressing concern, and why don't we do something about it?
Yeah, and that's kind of where this letter it came from, is other than working with our delegation to have FCC change the regulations, we actually do not have control as a local authority in regulating health impacts of 5G.
Oh, so this is
Right,
nice
so
and
we're,
brief.
if we have any control at all, it might be over tower placement or an aesthetic regarding tower placement, but not perhaps the number of towers or number of nodes or any of that, or the health consequences. That's
FCC regulates the wavelengths and the health impacts of the wavelengths. It's getting way over my head, but the FCC regulates that, and so the most impact that we have, which we have voiced it to our delegation, is again working through Congress to change those changes at the FCC level.
right. That seems to make sense, that the 5G behaves the same way everywhere. You know, the radio waves behave the same way. It's a global, if not a national issue. And there should be a robust discussion involving real science as well as health concerns, any documented, you know, it's a conversation people need to have, but there certainly is a lot of fear. I understand that.
Well, the biggest concern for me is, you know, we learned all about that when we were setting cell towers and people were concerned about that. But this is the aggregate of, you have one on every corner and every block. And what does that mean? It's not like you have one tower, you know, for a 10, 20-mile radius. This is, you have them lining the streets. And you have 4 different providers on every corner with their own towers. And so that is the concern to me, is that just that aggregate, that concentration of possible health risks.
So I know people have been trying to reach out to state representatives, and so just to understand, it's not even a state issue and a state control. It really relies with the
letter,
Congress.
the draft letter in there is pretty simple, clean.
So what's our action on this? Is to join in to signing a letter?
There's no action, just if it's just informational for you.
resource for
Responding
you.
to our
I
constituents.
think some of you, maybe all of you, have been getting contacted
Yeah.
by constituents around the 5G issue, and this just gives you kind of a template for response, or you know, we could develop a template off of it, but we wanted you to have this information.
Thank you.
So you had some response to those inquiries.
Can we get this electronically as well, if we don't already have it? Thank you.
Yep.
That's great. And we can share this then. We could share this with anybody who's concerned. Just so, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I just have one more item for you on open discussion, Greg.
Okay.
I'm just going to hand this out. These are individuals that you've interviewed for various
I was just gonna bring that up.
boards and commissions.
Still waiting in limbo.
Yeah, so I wanted to see if the board was ready to provide any direction on. Let me get back to a mic before I get yelled at.
Well, you're gonna get yelled at. We do have an applicant for the Senior Services Board. It's Teresa Hall. She's coming to us. She's on our agenda. Oh, she's on here. Teresa Hall
Yeah, she's
rescheduled.
rescheduled to
You have
October.
no others than her.
This is for
Correct.
Board of Health, is that what you said?
No, Board of Senior Services.
For senior services. Now, in that case, you have 4 regular vacancies and 6 alternate vacancies. So you also have plenty of potential positions to fill as you have qualified.
Can I start?
Please.
I'm gonna start with the easy one. I would like to appoint Brenda O'Connor to the Citizens Grant Review Committee. I know time is of the essence because their stuff should be out, or close to being out. Their
No.
3-ring binder. And
I think that we appointed Ashley McGee already to the senior services.
I don't know.
I know her name came up again.
She's been
but-
attending
I think we
regularly and
did.
helping out at farmers markets and stuff.
Can we look? I think
So
we
we
did.
need to check and see, but I think
And
that,
I think we did it by resolution too.
Okay, I need to double
Confirm
check
she's
that.
already
Yeah.
on. Okay,
Thanks, Steve.
that's easy.
As for the Board of Health, I would like
Why don't we take one at a
Okay.
time, Patty, just to see whether that way,
Citizens Grant Review. We
Yeah.
have one person.
yeah, I would support that.
yeah, I would support Brenda also.
Likewise.
I have mom brain. I'm forgetting our interview with her, so I will defer.
She was
I
actually
wasn't
great,
even
Mom.
here, so I'm okay with it. Okay,
Board of Health, I'd like to appoint both. I'm just not sure. I'd kind of like to put Jeannie in as the regular and Linda as the alternate.
Yeah, I had that same thought. I thought Jeannie had,
She's more diverse.
she is a little more diverse and actually has served on many, a variety of community boards, so I think it's a good overlap in terms of getting information, providing information. Linda was great too, and I would be happy to have Linda as the alternate.
And at this point, we don't technically have an alternate because we haven't approved the changes yet.
Well, when we do, we can still do it and then we can confirm.
I
it.
think we would take this as your intent to do that, and we could
Yeah.
make the
I
appropriate.
think we probably all would agree to
Sounds
do those changes
I guess
in the
my only
bylaws.
concern with that is that we did not know we were being asked for an alternate position when we interviewed Linda. So we, Jeannie had offered her willingness to serve in both capacities, whereas we didn't have the opportunity to ask Jeannie that question.
Ask Linda.
Linda that question, sorry.
We can certainly inquire of her at the.
Have Karen
can do
call
that
her and ask.
outside.
That's
Yeah, I would just say, we'd like to
We're
offer
in-
you
we're
as the
looking
alternate.
at creative-
She could accept or decline. I'm
I
sure
think
she would
that,
accept.
I think Linda would understand that she can fully participate in all the discussions and have input into the Board of Health. Whoever is the alternate just can't vote unless there's one of the other citizens on the board are not there.
right. So if Linda has a particular response to
I
that.
don't think she'll mind
I
being an
don't
alternate.
think so, but, okay, then I'd say let's ask her if she would and move forward from there, and sounds good. We can consider this one done.
P and Z, I'm not sure which way to go.
Yeah, P and Z, I'm leaning more towards Jasmine, even though she's really new to the county. She really didn't quite understand the difference between the county P and Z and the city P and Z. She spent a lot of time on the city P and Z, and I think she could get up to speed quickly. And I don't think, do we have any women on P and Z?
I'm
I don't think
sorry.
we do. Women on P and Z?
I do not believe so right now.
Yeah, so, and she's not a builder or contractor or an architect, so it would be nice to have the diversity too. I mean, that's the type of person I'm looking for. And Jasmine may fit that bill or may not, but
She doesn't have a
I think
special
we're loaded
interest.
with attorneys, builders, and contractors and architects, and they have a certain bias, and I'd like to have sort of a broader community perspective.
Jasmine has been in town and probably been on the city P and Z. I don't know how much, I could go back
She couldn't even
decades.
remember how long.
It was like
Right.
30 plus years.
Yeah, I think so. So I remember her from the 1970s, certainly when I first met her.
One potential concern I would have is that Cliff Weiss also was on the city P and Z, and so we would have two former
I don't have a
members of the P and Z.
I don't have a problem with that.
Which, well, I don't know if any of us would have a problem. I wonder if they would have a problem if they have any issues personal issues between them or working together.
We all
We'll
have
find
personal
out.
issues.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Don't
on
open that
P&Z
one.
with Jasmine, and I always found her just to be very straightforward and professional, and no grudges held, and she was prepared and.
I did ask her
thoughtful
about
and-
staying for the whole meeting, because I heard a concern that, okay, it's 5 o'clock, we're out of here, we're not done, Jasmine, well, it's 5 o'clock, we're out of here. So that's why I asked her, would you be patient with issues that go on? And
Yeah,
she said
she stuck around. I don't remember her leaving early.
Okay. All right.
So it sounds like, so there are 2 vacancies, so it sounds like there's
remember Brett.
consensus on Jasmine.
And Jasmine, but Brett, we interviewed in May. When was May?
Been a long.
Yeah, and I'd have to
I've
go
got
back
mine
and look at the video again, which I haven't.
you
And
remember?
also,
Yeah,
he was
I had some notes.
not able to start serving until sometime this fall that I can't remember. What?
Well, at the rate we're going, it shouldn't be a problem.
What does he do?
I remember.
He's like a property manager or been in the construction business, and I remember I asked him some issues, one regarding the housing,
Anywhere he wanted in the valley.
and he said anywhere he wants. There was 1 or 2 other points that I didn't really agree with, so.
Yeah, I agree with you, George. I remember feeling that he didn't share a growth paradigm that I think we do.
Yeah.
And we can keep advertising too.
Yeah, and as far as, who's the other one, John?
John,
Um,
John Doyle.
oh, this is it.
Does anybody want to comment? John has a passion, he's obviously generated, he's been very attentive to what's going on Aspen Mountain, but I don't know if that's enough to carry him through planning and zoning.
I think John's, he did respond to somebody's question, maybe it was George's, about the urban growth boundary, and not too concerned about building outside of it, I think is the one concern I had, that I thought I heard.
Is this came with the
It
letter?
came with the.
No, that goes with, that's for George's.
No, he used
Now he's
his
gonna sign
own
in
pen.
black pen.
No, I got blue.
Okay, same color, same time?
No,
I
he's
should have
got-
signed it in red, like in blood.
We gotta have a sheet.
Not that we'll ever see
can all
Tipton's,
sign
not that we'll ever see Tipton's hands
I
anyway,
bet
or
it's
eyes.
just Tipton's hand.
Like John Hancock signatures here?
A fingerprint?
So are we gonna continue to add, or what do we?
That's what it sounds like to me, is that right now you'd like to maybe have a few other candidates to consider
make a
before
decision.
making the second appointment. Is that a fair interpretation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll make a point of going back and looking at Brett's interview again, and then look at John's at the same time.
Right, I'd like to do that too.
And then we could kind of compare the two if we don't get any other applicants.
Doesn't mean we have to appoint.
Then we
can
have to
always-
well, we don't have to appoint, but I mean, I would maybe feel comfortable with one or the other.
Yeah, I wouldn't, but, it's up to the rest of the board, so.
That's all I have for you for open discussion.
Okay, so we made some progress.
You
Patty?
know the progress of the Holy Cross issue on Aspen Mountain? They were supposed to be 3 weeks out. Could you just get back to us and maybe find out? But I think it's been more than 3 weeks, and when we got leaves coming, if we have leaves coming, or if they all fall off overnight, we might have more people wanting to go up Summer Road.
I will write GR now.
Thank you.
I just, for open discussion, I just wanted to mention that I see a lot of stuff swirling out in the zeitgeist in the community about various types of plastic bans. You've mentioned styrofoam, straws, containers. At the airport, I just think that we're gonna need to open this up and have a conversation about what's possible and what could we possibly implement to reduce our plastic waste.
We do have a lease renewal coming up, so that's a conversation we could probably. include in
Excellent.
there.
Can I just tag on? There's been some issues at least in my neighborhood, that have been brought to my attention about the changes at the Rio Grande Recycling. People are bringing, we believe, we don't have a video camera, to our place and dumping stuff off that they can't recycle, and we're not sure why. But I went to recycle, and our trash cans were, and I don't know if the recyclers are just not picking up because there's so much stuff there. People are not bringing them home like I did and waiting until there's space. They're just leaving it there. I got pictures. It's unbelievable.
I see that in my neighborhood too.
And there's boxes of aluminum cans, and one of them came from a party, we think at Molly Gibson Park, boxes of Modelo beer cans. Just, somebody was either having a heavy drinking binge at home or having a good party. But I don't know if we can talk to Kathy to see if she's heard from any other neighborhoods, because people are upset. Well, the county changed the rules, and now I can't recycle at the Rio Grande.
And they know where you live.
They know where I live, and they're giving it all to me.
And so we're actually not managing the Rio Grande
I know.
anymore.
I tell them that, but they, it's the county's site. It's the county's recycling policy that because it just, we just changed ours with, requiring people now to have recycling at their front doors, at the curbside. And so it's rolling over. So, and I don't want people to just now start dumping it into our dumpsters and having to go to the landfill.
Yeah, it's probably the more the change in what's being collected at the Rio Grande that's driving it.
And people are saying, I've gotten used to just putting everything. I don't have room in my small place at Smuggler to do glass, to do plastic, so they're dumping it all in one, and then nobody takes it except, ours, and everybody's just bringing it to our house.
Wait till the Mid-Valley one closes. That's really going to be a shock.
So is this something we should put on in a
I don't know if
work
we can-
session? Should we try and
Should I just
move
call
it?
Kathy and see? I can give her a call.
Well,
I'll send her the pictures and see
I
if she
think
has any
it's
suggestions.
Not just your neighborhood, I can tell you.
I actually think it'd probably be environmental health at the city, because that's who's managing
Okay,
Rio
I'll
Grande.
send them the picture.
Liz Chapman has offered to come before us and answer any questions. I don't know
Okay.
if that's something we.
So that may be the right avenue, because that was where the change was made.
And I just had a query with somebody it's in our association about composting, what can go in, what can't. So our property manager sent out a really good email, and I ran it by Kathy Hall. The one thing they forgot, I'm gonna put this out for the public, when you're composting, I didn't know you could put meat in there, but you need to freeze it first so it doesn't smell.
When you compost it.
In your
Hope they pick
compost.
it
Well,
up
You
sometime
can
this
freeze
week.
it. I don't think you need to freeze it.
They
Something to thaw out in it.
Thaw out
and
about
hope
20
they
minutes.
pick it up the next morning really quick, because she said then that really contributes to the odor in your compost.
Okay.
I could tell a story, but I won't, about smelly fish in
Anything else
Anchorage.
for open discussion?
I have one issue. Colorado Health Institute is doing their annual Hot Issues in Health conference. It's December 5th and 6th. There are 10 free admissions for county commissioners. Only 8, including myself, had signed up as of this morning, so there are 2 more vacancies. That's in Denver. I'm going to be over in Colorado Springs for CCI earlier in the week, and I'm just going to stay over for that. But if any of you are interested, Greg's been before, Rachel went a couple times, I went several years ago. It's a good conference on a wide variety of health issues. So put it out there if anyone else is interested. The other commissioners are a really high representation of commissioners involved in CCAT are actually signed up, got the available spots. So that was a good indication to me.
I'm certainly interested in it, but if anybody else wants to go, I want to keep it open if you want.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so I'll probably sign up.
And you need to
right.
contact Jenny Pingenot at CCI if you are interested.
Thank you. The last thing I had here, air quality, we got a letter, which I think I distributed, that the Colorado Oil and Gas Watch, I believe is what they're called, pointed out that we have the absolute lowest PM 2.5 particulate
How do they know that?
rating in the state. They're monitoring.
We
it.
monitor.
But we only monitored at 0.5, don't we?
City has 2.5.
A city, but
Okay, well, they gave it to Pitkin County, so somehow we're number one in that category.
did you read the whole list? Because Adams County is on there like twice. One time they're 8, one time they're 10. There's some counties
maybe
that
there's some
Weld is on
duplications.
there a couple of times.
Huh, they're more than.
I read the whole list to see who's really
Went down
bad.
to see who was there. Okay. you've
Adams
done the-
County was the lowest on one of theirs.
Yeah, but then
I'm
there
sure
were
it
some
didn't
that
spill
were
over to
higher
another
too.
page. And then the other thing is just heads up tomorrow at open discuss, or at public comment, we're probably gonna have visitors, younger visitors will be here to discuss climate.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
So they get,
Oh.
they're only there a certain minutes. Are they all getting 3 minutes or
Oh,
5
there's like
minutes?
15 of them, and they're all gonna take their full 3 minutes. Oh, yeah, we'll be here all
Okay,
day.
so I'll come about 1.
Do these happen to be high school visitors?
I think it's a mix of
Or
high
mixed
school
high school?
and middle
Okay,
school. And
awesome.
my children could possibly be with them, and I've asked them to sit in the back.
So they're gonna have one presenter though, but show
That was the
force.
idea, yeah, but,
That's
you know,
great.
they're
That-
not gonna let us off easy. I
And
just
I
want you
just
to know
have
this.
for Patty one thing. I don't know if you saw, but our Attorney General is suing the vaping manufacturers for advertising.
Well done.
Did
Yeah.
you see what Bloomberg did today?
Yeah.
The Bloomberg grant, 100 and something million for vaping in New York, for flavored vaping products, and he was interviewed, and it was amazing, the statistics he was bringing out, it was really cool.
Yeah, it's time to put that
They have a
one
whole
to bed.
project,
Yeah.
project. There was one other thing though, you made, there were maybe middle school, maybe high school students at the function with the Governor Polis on Saturday, and they got to ask him about a climate emergency.
You're probably gonna see
declaration.
some of them tomorrow.
They were great, and they had their picture taken with him, it was very cool.
Okay, excellent. Cool. Thank you. I think we're done then. Are we done?
We are
Thanks,
done
Grassroots.
tomorrow noontime.
See you at noon tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.